What's up, everybody? Welcome to March Mascot Madness. That's the wrong bracket up. Now it's the correct bracket. Hello, this is March Mascot Madness number... Whoa, jeez, my water bottle. Number 3, day number 2. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're ready for 8 more games of basketball action. We have a good lineup of stuff set for you today. Starting here with the game that we have on our screen. Colorado, East Tennessee State. Other highlights include Northwestern playing Arizona. A little bit later we have Gonzaga. The Michigan State-Georgia Tech game is today. Naked Tiger Clemson faces Mississippi State. And then to end the day we have Alabama, the much-loved elephant mascot. Really quickly, before we jump into this first game here and before this music loop plays yet again, let's get you caught up on the standings. We have first place with 5. That's Matt's predictions. 5 out of 8 yesterday. Pretty good. We have It's a Guessing Game. Pickosaurus tied for second. Beeb, Fart King, and Go Cougars are just behind with 3 each. So only 2 points separating between first and last place. That's good. That's where you want to see it through day 1. You don't want anybody totally out of it through 8 games. But we'll see what today brings. Find my controller here. And today's first game is Buffalo and East Tennessee State, like I just introduced. But in order to give myself clean cuts in case this is a top 5 game, which we had one of yesterday, I wrote in my notebook, which I again have next to me. I wrote top 5 contender, that Texas Tech UNLV game. Really good. It wasn't good at the beginning. Definitely got better towards the end. I do love a good comeback. I love a multi-point or a double-digit point comeback. So kind of, I'm the one picking them, so you get to just deal with it. Anyway, let's get started here with Colorado and East Tennessee State. Welcome into the stream. Hope everybody's doing good. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining me here for a little basketball action. I just realized that I have not loaded the settings. Hold on. Hold the phone. Time out. I got too excited. I was trying to do things efficiently today, and that made my brain skip, which means that I don't have a good clean cut now, because this doesn't need to be in any sort of cutout video. I mean, I guess it's pretty like, I don't know. It's authentic. That's the word I'm looking for. This is authentic. This is the stuff you can look forward to if you watch March Mascot Madness. I'm assuming that you can load settings and load rosters at the same time. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. Hopefully this doesn't have the... Oh my god, this menu system is so bad. So bad. Mascot game. We gotta find our teams again. East Tennessee State. They're taking on Colorado. I went the wrong way. They are right there. Okay, here we go. Take 2. This water bottle is right in my hand's way. Take 2. Here we go. First game of the day. East Tennessee State taking on the Colorado Buffaloes. Settings, as always, going to be All-American. 10 minutes. Baseline mid. I guess the settings when I saved them didn't work. Whatever. It's an easy fix, and once you fix it once, you're good until the console resets. So there you go. I didn't see where this game was. It's in Tennessee. Probably the eastern part of Tennessee, I would assume. But get settled in here. We have 8 games, about 4 hours action for you today. We'll do it in clumps of 4. I have water ready to roll. I have a little Gatorade ready to roll. We're good. The good news is, haven't been interrupted by the commentator, so that's good news. This is a good blue for the East Tennessee State Buccaneers. Colorado starting with the basketball, excuse me. Driving to the basket, trying to get that little circus shot, flip shot up. Instead, it's just a foul. And again, are we going to start another game with a 1-0 score? As Harris has the ball. We are. Not as uncommon as I would have thought it would have been. We keep getting them. Colorado kind of playing that halvesy full court defense. Not efforted enough, to really warrant it. There's like levels of it, right? There's Louisville, which is like boring to watch because they're really trying to steal the ball. Then there's like a couple teams that kind of run it off and on. And then there's like teams that like run it, but they're like not really running it. It looks like we might even have it on the backside as well. So we might get rid of one of these, or we will get rid of one of these teams. Givens has the ball, drives to the right side. Terry's going to get fouled. That's going to be a 3-point shot. So we get 3 fouls. Number 35, not having a good first 39 seconds of this game as he's already committed 2 fouls. Malcolm Terry, 1 for 2. So that means that the Buffaloes are 2 for 4 from the line. Not a good start. 3 for 5. So 60% from the line. And that guy's already, Crocker is already getting pulled from the game. Crocker feels like an appropriate name for a guy on a pirate team. There's a nice jam as Kerr inbounds the ball to Givens. Over to Terry. Terry at the top here, waiting for his center to maybe kind of... Oh, there you go. That's a nice play. It's an excellent play. Rattles off the left side of the rim a couple of times and drops. Love that little high screen and just slip the smaller player down to the paint. Looks like a very similar play here. We got a lot of fouls going on. And the game has just barely started. So, East Tennessee State will be on the line. 5-4. 5-5 now. East Tennessee State working with a full court defense here. It looks like they're trying a little more of the trap defense that Louisville runs. They're just not as good at it. And Givens just had a free lane, free and clear to get to the basket. Holden loses the ball. Givens picks it up, throws ahead to Terry. It's a 1-on-3 opportunity, so he'll have to pull back and wait. Got a guy on the left side running to the corner. Again, running that little play. They got to be faster on the pass there. A little more predictive of where the player is going to be. But it's been effective. A couple of shots have gone down off that play. High screen. Shoot the guard down into the paint and get a 2. Here we have Penn stuck in that loop spot. All right, cool. This is what you love to see. This is what you tune in for when the game breaks. We had the best break we've had in that area happened yesterday when a player was trying to turn the corner and at full speed just hit that spot and stopped. It was great. Terry looking for Givens. Nice rotation on the defense by East Tennessee State. Back up to Terry. That's going to be a defensive foul. Didn't get his feet set. Terry to Givens. Givens back to Terry. Terry, little mid-range 2 off the back iron. No good. So we're about 3 minutes gone here. Nice even matchup so far. We had a lot of those yesterday. I'd say we had 5 good games and 3 bad games. 3 of them just kind of got out of hand. Though one of those 3 games was still like kind of good for the first half, and then just one team just took all the way over. But for the most part, pretty good stuff coming down to the wire. A couple of them like didn't finish out super well, but they were still pretty good games for the most part. That's a nice loose ball recovery, leading to a foul. So Malcolm Terry picking up his second personal foul. We'll likely see a substitution for him. So both teams have 2 team fouls, and they were both committed by the same player. So there you go, Malcolm Terry. Turk is coming in, Greg Turk. Little full court press here. Trying to get that trap. We gotta go. We gotta push it up the floor. Somehow finds Turk. So it's kind of weird that they're running that, but they're not very good at it. Again, just running that little high screen. Just keep running it. Keep running that same play until they stop it. Chen was the name, by the way. Wasn't making fun of it. I just couldn't see the whole thing. I thought it was a C, but I didn't want to guess. So I just guessed. I read what I could see, which was Hen at the time. That was a lazy float pass into the middle. There was a guy right there, a defender right there that could have gotten it. East Tennessee State looking for the first lead of the game, and they get it at 13-11. So 4 minutes gone here. Harris on the left side. Back out to Turk. Trying to find a little bit of room, but just wasn't enough. Givens, little mid-range jumper. That hit all kinds of rim and just didn't drop. Nice steal there by Kerr. Flip. No good. Bum, bum, bum. So Colorado back on the line, looking to tie the game here. They've not been great from the free throw line so far. Maybe they'll settle in and get a little better at it. I couldn't even finish the sentence before he missed that shot. I believe that puts them at like 5 for 8. 5 for 8, 6 for 9. They started bad. Haven't really gotten much better. That's out of bounds. So a nice play there by Colorado defensively. And that's kind of the weird animation where it flips. But these games, from what I've noticed, and granted watching like almost 300 of them, we'll cross the 300 game threshold this tournament. But for whatever reason, this game just doesn't teleport the players across. If a ball goes out of bounds, they remain in the same position they were, and then they just backpedal, and it's very odd. Because you would assume that with the little cut, it brings up like the logo or the replay or whatever, like that. Everybody's just on the same side, but it freezes them in place, and you see them walk back across the court, which is weird. But sometimes when the ball goes out of bounds, it creates weird turnovers where the opposing team is accidentally in the correct positioning when the ball gets thrown in, and it's very odd. Colorado takes the lead while I was on that whole spiel. Chen with a mighty jam down low takes the lead back for the Buccaneers. Turk brings the ball up the floor. Got a 2-on-1 in the paint there for a second. 2 quick passes. That's inside to Kerr. That's into a double team strip. And unfortunately for East Tennessee State, just dribbled out of bounds. That was a great play. They got exactly what they wanted. For some reason, Colorado forced the ball into a double team. The ball was immediately stripped. And just a bad bounce. They still lead by 1. Harris, float pass up to Beasley. Quick pass into Kerr. Kerr finds some room. Smashes it home. You know the drill. Holden. He'll bring the ball up with under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Vilma, Chen, Shivens. Easy 2. Colorado, interestingly, has gotten away from the kind of more perimeter run stuff where they were able to just kind of do whatever they want. They kept setting that high screen, and they were able to get around the corner very easily. Oh, was it actually Shivers? I think I said Shivens, but I do believe it's actually Shivers. Beasley picking up his first foul, 3rd team foul for Colorado. Front end of the free throw is no good. It's actually Shivers. Oh, that feels... You think people call him Shivers Me Timbers on campus, and he's like, God, I hate that joke. I hate it so much. Maybe he's like a good-humored guy, and he's like, yeah, it's hilarious, you know? He has a good time with it. He owns it. But maybe people have like said that for years, and he's like, okay, cool. Come up with something new. There's a nice 3 from East Tennessee State to give them a 3-point lead. 19-16. That's another foul by East Tennessee State. They are up to 5 team fouls. Shivers may actually end up coming out for the rest of this first half. No reason for him to pick up another foul towards the end of the into the half. Colorado still struggling from the line. They maybe are 50% from the line. They are like 5 for 10, 6 for like 11 maybe. They're down 2. They got to clean that up. We saw that be teams undoing yesterday. They were just awful from the line. It was the Iowa game. One of the teams went like 6 for 17 or 8 for 17 or something like that. They lost by that many points. Must have been 9 for 17 because they lost by 8. It was a very unfortunate situation for them. Through 3 defenders went for that shot. Still got a pretty good look. Hit rim, but nothing else. Turk brings the ball up the floor. Oh, they ran it again, but they didn't pass the ball to him. Colorado's kind of getting in their own way with that play. They've been able to just keep everyone right at that three-point line, run a little screen, get the guy deep inside. Easy too. But now they're kind of running that same play, but they keep putting someone down in the paint, which is dragging a defender down as well. And that's very odd. See, they kind of tried to run it again. There's a little mid-range jumper off the left iron, no good. 19-17 now as Holden brings the ball up the floor. Colorado kind of just cleared the area and said, you can have the 2. No big deal. We'll be down 4. That's fine. Biggest lead of the afternoon for the Buccaneers so far. 2 quick passes inside. Kerr tries to find a little room. Gets through the contact, knocks down the basket, and cuts the lead in half. Granted, not a terribly large lead, but still, it does get cut in half. 21-19 now. I don't believe we saw a 23-19 game yesterday. We did see a lot of 1-0 starts, but we haven't had any of the Monsters, Inc. matchups yet. Dockett, looking to give us our first in that. We'll do it 23-19, the old White Sock matchup. So again, the lead is 4 as Beasley tries to drive. Finds goaltending. Interesting. I feel like we saw a lot of shots that were kind of in that same area, but not necessarily on the court, but it seemed like the trajectory was similar, that were blocks that were not called goaltending. Interesting. New day, new refs, I guess. That one was a goaltend, though. Again, trying to run the play down there. Kerr trying to give him a little bit of space, gets his own missed shot. That leads to a block. That leads to a missed shot. That leads to a missed shot. My goodness, that was that 4 opportunities for Colorado to tie the game and they couldn't do anything? Holden gets just absolutely stuffed. Givens brings it up the right side, passes to Beasley. That's a 1-on-2. Somehow he knocks somebody over. He made him walk the plank. That's a pirate joke for you. And it's 23-23. Shot clock is off. This is usually the point where I say that they don't typically hold for the final shot. Colorado made sure that they got one more opportunity as they are on, I believe, a 6-0 run now. Yeah, it was 23-19. Now it's 23-20 or 25-23. It's going to be a defensive foul. So with 8.0 seconds remaining, Beasley picks up his second, 4th team foul. Colorado can tie it here. Or excuse me, East Tennessee State can tie it here. Colorado one more opportunity to put some points on the board. 2 for 2 from the line. Looks like they'll bring a little full court defense. I like this call. I like that call even more. He had a guy wide open. Kerr just bullied his way through. They'll try to do the same thing on the other end. Ooh, that was a close one. That was a close one. I do feel like games like 2K21 have programmed it to be more exciting at the end, because a lot of these final shots, especially like full court, three-quarter courts or even half-court shots, are just not even close. But like in 2K, it's always like, oh, is this the one that's going to go in? Is it? Most of the time, no, but we have seen some garbage in that series. Available 6 p.m., 5 nights a week. You can watch the Pacers play 1-minute quarters. So we have a 27-25 game here. Colorado had a 2-point lead heading into half. We are 30 seconds into the second half. And that's when the Buccaneers will regain the lead, 28-27. I don't think anybody's led by more than 4. I know the Buccaneers' biggest lead was 4. I think maybe Colorado's was maybe 5. But that lead did not last long. That lead was also very early if it was there. But a nice evenly contested game here. They're looking for Givens, maybe trying to get him a 3. It's going to get floated over to Harris. Harris back over to Givens. They are skipping 2 players that are just in the middle. Colorado keeping a lot of people out near the 3-point line. Works a little better when you don't have a defender just sitting in the key. Maybe bring that guy up, see if he can set a screen, get somebody small down quickly into the paint. Oh, looked like East Tennessee State took that play. Loose ball from Crockett. Going to turn into a 3, and that's splashed home. So 6-0 run here for East Tennessee State to take a 4-point lead. They heard me say the biggest lead, and they said we would like the biggest lead. Turk, that was a beautiful skip pass inside. And that'll put the Buccaneers only up 2. Dockett, somehow that got blocked. That defender absolutely got beat, but somehow it was blocked. That was a nice pass. That was good defense. I like that foul right there. That was an easy 2. That was a slow shot, though, from the Colorado player, but a good recovery and at least putting him on the line to get 2 from the stripe. And there you go. It's already proved beneficial. Sam Givens, 33.3% from the free throw line. And that's going to drop all the way to 25%. He's 1 for 4 from the stripe, so turns out to be a great foul. Was a good foul, was a better foul. Ended up being a great foul. Buccaneers turn that 2-point lead into a 4-point lead. If you're East Tennessee State, you got to be feeling good. Even if you're down, let's say you're down 3, down 4, going into that final minute, put Sam Givens on the line. He's not making anything. Well, he made 1. He's making 25%. You know, you trade some 2s for 0s, you trade some 3s for 0s, you can get back in a game that you're losing quickly. Not really their problem right now, considering that there's 7.5 minutes left, and they're up by 6, the biggest lead of the game. It's still, you know, something to think about, you know. So it was 27-25. There's Colorado kind of getting back to their bread and butter, that play that they ran so well in the first half. East Tennessee State has outscored the Buffs 10-3 now. It's 27-25, now 35-30. And oh my goodness. The free throw woes continue. Holden looked like he might have had a pretty good opportunity to get into the lane, but elected not to take it. There's a wide open Tennessee State player. Looks wide open. Chen baited that Buffalo somehow. He didn't really do anything. He kind of like leaned forward, and the guy went, whoa! Whoa! Givens to Turk. Turk back to Givens. Bounce pass. Beautiful. You love to see it. A lot of cluster in the middle there. Kind of finally spread out a little bit. It's like they're trying to sneak somebody down somewhere. Givens looks like it's a little bit of a mismatch. Not in his favor. Turk has the ball. 9 seconds on the shot clock remaining. Trying to find a screen there. Back to Givens on the right side. Does some fancy footwork and jacks up a 3 from way downtown. That's a lot of ball movement for no points. Chen with a nice loose ball recovery there. Trying to drive inside. Gets the angle, and the animation goes his way. East Tennessee State taking over the second half here. Turk absolutely had the opportunity there. They're going to give it to Givens. 2 East Tennessee State players switch over to make sure he can't get the shot off. Turk trying to drive. Nice recovery again by East Tennessee State. If you're East Tennessee State, you go, yeah, we're good. We're okay with that basket. That's fine. That was still good defensive rotation. They still put bodies on the guy. Vilma to Chen. Quick little shot there by him, and that'll go for 2. So 7-point lead as he cheers near all the fancy laptops. He cares not for your technology. Givens over to Harris. Into a double team, back to Kerr. Kerr pump fakes. Fires it over to Givens on the right side, who finds Harris in the corner. Harris will be kind of a fallback, but it more looked like instead of him falling back, it was like the character model hitboxes kind of collided. He just kind of slid. Ended up being a putback jam, so lead back down to 5. Floats it inside. Chen, again, just mauling people down low. Tried to split the double team. Couldn't get the power on the shot that he needed, but that's all right. He's played very well today. Givens That's a 2 if it goes. It does. 39-36. Colorado on a nice little run here. Let's cut this lead down to 3. One more good defensive stop here. Hit a 3 on the way back down. I don't know that Colorado's really been especially aggressive at the 3-point shots. That defender just jumped way too early to have any effect on that 2-pointer. Harris, that's a 3. There's a nice splash home. He heard me say that. You said, I'll show you a 3. You want to see a 3? He pointed right at me. He said, there's your 3. And I said, good job, buddy. I was like, whoa, what, Buffalo? Oh, that's a nice steal by Holden there. Try to get that little float pass in. Gets picked off. That was the opportunity to tie. Maybe even take the lead if they got ballsy with the 3 again. Blocked. We have Crockett sliding inside. Blocked again out of bounds. East Tennessee State ball. A couple of nice blocks by Colorado on the same possession. That guy's throwing up all over the floor. Greg Turk coming out of the game with 3:22 in the game. Or going in the game. Holden gets the ball. Tried the steal. The Colorado player did. Put him out of position there for just a moment. Oh, Vilma, you can't leave him that open. That's float pass back to the side. Colorado playing good defense. Holden's going to jack up a 3. Off the back iron, no good. I believe that was, I'm not sure who that was with the, with the rebound. That was a nice play inside. We are all knotted up at 41. Vilma fires it to Chen. Chen to Shivers. Shivers off the left iron, doesn't go. Chen with a beautiful cleanup and putback off that left iron. It's a little friendly roll. That's what you like to see. Like, he knew his teammates so well. He's like, this guy's going to miss. Don't worry, I got it. Harris stops, pops, splashes home. Colorado with the lead, 44-43, 2:20. Second half. Winner faces the winner of the next game, which I believe is Miami-Boston College. Oh, that's also not the page I need for the tournament. I just realized. I looked at it and thought that's not useful information right now. That, by the way, was a fantastic play. Trying to get the the 3-point play there. That's a bad time for me to look away. It is indeed Miami at Boston College. So winner of this game will go on the road. 46-45 leads, switches back to Colorado. That was a good 3. I liked it. Terry brings the ball up. Minute and 40 seconds to go. Now, I talked about it earlier, and granted I talked about it a little bit earlier, or a little too early. East Tennessee State is in an okay position to be behind. Obviously, you don't want to be behind as the game is closing out. But with the struggles that Colorado has had from the line, you know, it's not the worst scenario. Who was Terry was like 25% from the line. We'll see a timeout here by Colorado. Looking for a little defensive stop. Not going to happen. East Tennessee State not great at the whole full court press. Terry, top of the lane. Oh, that was a good screen. Got to cut a little harder next time. Givens, find a little room mid-range. And Colorado will take the lead back. Character models look so weird. I don't remember that being a problem in any of the other games. Perhaps they were and I just didn't see it, but for whatever reason, in this one it's like really standing out. Holden, bounce pass to Crockett. Crockett spin move, whips it back to Holden. Holden, bounce pass to Crocker. They have Crockett and Crocker. Crockett couldn't make the shot right point blank. East Tennessee State now down 3 with 39 seconds to go. I like the no foul there. You're only, worst case scenario, right, you're only down 3. Best case scenario, you play pretty well defensively and you force a bad shot. I would say that was actually pretty good defense, and he just happened to make the shot. There's a 3. Oh, nothing doing, but the layup will work. All right. Nice putback, 50-49. We'll start to see some fouls here. I don't think East Tennessee State has to do it too many times. Oh, no, they're going to steal the ball. What a move. Shivers his timbers, you know what I mean? Fires over to the side for Crocker. Crocker back to Holden. Holden off the right iron. Don't like that shot. Don't like that shot. No reason to take a shot that far back. You really wasted the turnover there. They're not in the worst position. They're not in the best position. 7.8 seconds to go. Colorado, they've struggled from the free throw line all game long. They make that one. He's 40% from the line, Givens. That's no good. Timeout. He ripped that ball forward. So it's only a 2-point game. Sports stories, you love to see them. You love to see they've struggled with free throws. Struggled with free throws all game. What in the world happened there? 4.6 seconds. He missed the free throw again. We're not done yet. Colorado. East Tennessee State has now wasted. You got to throw it far. Go long. This is such a bizarre ending. They're still not out of the game yet. There's 3.8 seconds remaining. This is the last 1-and-1 opportunity. All right, Colorado, Malcolm Terry. I think I accidentally called him out earlier. Okay. Now, unfortunately, they won't quite get there in the end. East Tennessee State really had 3 opportunities, I would say, to make this comeback, complete this comeback. Shivers off the left iron, or right iron, excuse me, no good. That was a good game. That was a very good game. The Buccaneers just got a little sloppy at the end. We'll take a look really quickly at Stats Central just to see. We do have a score of 53-49. I need to remember that. Colorado was 9 for 18 from the free throw line. 9 for 18. That is awful. Yeah, the Buccaneers got a little sloppy. They threw away a couple of opportunities. I didn't like that shot right after the turnover because you're only down 2. You don't need a 3 in that case. You don't even really need that deep of a shot. Get it inside. You had plenty of time to work with. Colorado gave them a bunch of opportunities with missing a lot of free throws there towards the end. They did eventually ice the game in the final moments. And they will be moving on to face the winner of our next game. Okay, yes, I would like to input the score, please, which is Miami at Boston College. So Colorado with a spicy 53. That's the wrong number. 49. 53-49 Colorado. Moving on to the second round. So we'll see them 2 weeks from yesterday. So that'll be the next time that they appear. Exit this game. And we'll keep on moving on. Oh. Don't forget, write yourself a little note. You'll be happy in 6 months when you need to find this footage. You'll look at the score and you'll go, oh, was it a good game? And you'll look at the end and you'll be like, oh, yeah. Well. It was a pretty good game. That was a good start for the day. You'll love to see a good competitive game. Miami taking on Boston College here to continue the Mascot action. We're heading to Boston. Oh no, we're heading to Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. Again, All-American, 10 minutes. Baseline mid is the camera we're working with. Miami's going to have to go into the cold, which they are not super accustomed to. It always reminds me of my favorite Miami football story. They were playing a bowl game against Wisconsin. The weather was like, I don't know, pretty warm. It's like mid-50s, low 60s, somewhere in there. And all the Miami players had heaters on the sideline, and all the Wisconsin players were like, God, this is great. Hell yeah. Like, we don't need heaters. We're fine. This is like literally 70 degrees warmer than it normally is. As Miami splashes home the first basket of the game. So 2-0 for the U. Boston College Eagles. A duck on duck, or bird on bird, I should say, game going on here. I believe this is an ACC matchup as well. I'm pretty sure Miami's in the ACC. Miami, another one of those schools that was super relevant college football-wise in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's just not been that for 20 years. But people still put a lot of stock in their games. Moss spins around. That's going to be a 35-second shot clock violation. Just no awareness for the Boston College player about what time was left on the shot clock. Nice block by Miami on that last possession. Bentley with the ball here. Nice little screen move, and that's going to go to Beasley. And all of a sudden they're giving him a run. 4-0. Metcalf. Maybe it's just I don't understand. There's a nice play. I feel like we saw that a bunch. That wasn't even better defensive play. We saw that play a bunch in the last game. But the block, absolutely fantastic. Miami quickly up 6-0. Boston College needs to get some points. We just had a great game. We don't need a dozer, you know? Fires us forward to Bentley. Also, by the way, Clemson's been the hotness in the ACC. But we'll see what they can do without their precious Trevor Lawrence this year. Oh, nice steal there by Phillips. Boston College passing it up to Duncan. Duncan to Metcalf. Metcalf with a nice little kiss off the glass. Was 6-0, now 6-4. Good defense to offense situation there. Fires over to Beasley. Beasley deep in the corner. Back up top to Bentley. Outside to Mullins. Mullins driving home. Nice recovery, or nice rotation there for Boston College. Forces a couple of missed shots there. All right, Boston College opportunity. 2-pointer ties it. 3-pointer gets them the lead. Fires into Woods. Woods kind of just hanging out. He'll be with you in a minute. Just really enjoys dribbling that ball. Woods, they've rated him the #1 ball handler on the Eagles squad. A lot of time dribbling, not a lot of time shooting. Missed that shot, so Boston College remains down 2. We'll remember that Miami's biggest lead was 6. It was 6-0. Granted, very early. Woods to Phillips. Phillips couldn't quite get around the defense, so a good recovery there by Miami to make sure that the points weren't scored easily. And then they'll do an excellent job of making sure that they get the turnover and that their points were scored easily, even though it was a goal tap, which would imply that there was some level of resistance. There wasn't. They were free and clear. That guy just kind of, he was a second late. Duncan with the 3 off the left iron, or right iron, no good. Metcalf, looking like the smallest bird on the floor, comes away with the rebound somehow. There are 4 Hurricane Ducks in there, and they somehow could not get the block. 8-6. There's a nice block by Boston College. Again, only down 2. 2 for the tie, 3 for the lead. Metcalf holding on to the ball there. Didn't really need to do that. Moss inside, flips up, and we're tied off that back iron with 4 minutes to go. Bentley driving inside, passes to Beasley. Beasley, finger roll inside to get the basket. So we're dead even on the momentum meter. We are in a tight one here for game number 2. Beautiful little feed there. Seemed like that shot just hung up in the air for a while. Maybe it's just resting on the rim. But finally came down through the nylon. And we have a 10-10 game. About halfway through the first half. Beasley. Oh, shocked you didn't take that three, bud. You were wide open. Drives inside, finds 3 Eagles, kicks back outside. He finds an Eagle as well. Beasley. Wait, are there 2 Beasleys on the team? Bentley. Sorry, Bentley to Beasley. I knew I was going to mess it up at one point. I finally did it. Mullins to Beasley. 5 on the shot clock. Back to Mullins. Mullins with 3 on the shot clock. Fires it off the back iron. No good. Tip in. No good. Phillips comes away with the rebound. Boston College looking for their first lead of the game. So a couple of good defensive stands here. Miami forced the shot clock violation by Boston College. Boston College forces the Wiley 3. Still gave up the offensive rebound. So I guess net okay. Beasley on the right wing there. 12-10. Boston College finally has the lead in the game. Barry. So they have Barry, Bentley, and Beasley. The bees. The killer bees. To steal a term from the stupidest team in football, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Even though that never made sense, the Killer Bees never made sense because it was 2 last names and a first name. If you're gonna have a nickname and you're gonna have some level of like the Bees, it has to be the same. It has to be a first or a last name. It can't be 2 firsts and a last or 2 lasts and a first. It's dumb. It's like your stupid, terrible towel. Dumb. D-U-M-B. Dumb. All right, Duncan's at the line. He'll knock down a pair of free throws while I get annoyed with a stupid football tradition. Liking a team that has what many people probably think is a stupid football tradition. That was an excellent block. Boston College looked like they're trying to employ some kind of full court press. Didn't work. We saw that again in the last game. Just not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of resistance. And no turnovers either. So that it feels like a failure on both parts. Beasley. Not really doing a whole lot there. Tried to drive it inside. Got some contact. Thought better of it. Bounced back outside. Tried to go back inside. Thought, you know what? I'm done. I'm just going to pass the ball. Float pass, excuse me. Again, Metcalf, the shortest bird on the court, comes away with a possession change for the Boston College Golden Eagles. Or Eagles, sorry. There's another team that is the Golden Eagles. That is the Southern Mississippi Golden Eagles, I believe. Moss trapped in that frustrating thing that we see. 8 seconds. Just enough time for me to get a sip. And again, a wasted shot clock, a lot of dribbling. That's another thing that's a little different about this game than something like 2005. We've seen that issue in every game that's been used for these tournaments. Has been that like that area. I don't know what the problem is, but in 2005 it was almost automatic that they would score the 2 when that happened. So it felt very predictable and boring. With these games, it's a little more hit or miss, which is kind of nice. Mullets just beat the defense there. Boston College had the largest lead in the game, 7 points. So it definitely speaks to an improvement in the game. Metcalf slid right by that defender. I don't know what happened there exactly, but for whatever reason, the Hurricane just didn't move with the offensive player. So it's a touchdown game here, 21-14. Pretty common football score. Kick inside. Nice defense by the Boston College Eagles. It's going to lead to a foul. Front end is no good. 21-14. We'll pull back. We'll relax a little bit. Duncan over on the side, passes back to Metcalf. Metcalf dancing around. Got a wide open guy. Woods. He was there wide open with the 3, elected to go for the fall away 2. Not a whole lot of good happened there. And they'll play on. I feel like I looked at the video footage and I was like, my microphone looks odd. 1 minute, 3 seconds remaining here. First half. Been a pretty good one. Been a little bit of a swing. We had Miami jump out to a quick early lead. It's pretty competitive there in the middle part, and then Boston College has taken over a little more in the last several minutes as they get just endless opportunities at points on the offensive end there. Finally, a bucket drops, and it's a foul. So we'll look at the 3-point play here to push the lead back out to 7. Boston College, touchdown ahead. Another pretty common football score with a steal. Ooh, and he stepped out of bounds. That was an excellent defensive play. That's an excellent defensive play as well. Turns immediately into offense, and the lead is 9, just like that. And Boston College says, look, we've done our damage. Sure, you can get across the floor. Who cares? We're going to strip you. Out of bounds, Miami ball. A little surprised that they elected to just get out of that defensive set immediately like that. Just because they were able to get back-to-back steals or touches on the ball at least. Granted, one of them went out of bounds, so it didn't really count. But for them to be able to do that, go out of bounds, go back to the exact same set, still get a steal, and lead to points, stay in it. Up 11. Miami's going to have to do some regrouping here at halftime. They want to make this game competitive in the second half. Float pass inside. Barry, that's a nice little move there. Cuts into the lead just a bit. Boston College couldn't get the shot off. It may have gone in. I don't know where the 3-pixel ball went. Duncan going to key it in from the side here to kick off the second half. 28-19. We're down to a 9-point game here. Boston College with the lead. Moss driving inside, pass to Metcalf. Metcalf is a dangerous player. He has speed. Speed will get you here in the March Mascot Madness tournament. It'll get you defensively and it'll get you points offensively. Beasley. That's a step inside. That's a 2. Didn't really matter. Didn't make it. The putback, though, is good. So, 30-21. Miami's just you gotta go slow but sure. That is not slow. That is not sure. No, it's not slow, but it is sure. I should say, because when you have the ball in the hands of Metcalf, good things happen. 32-21, back to 11. Miami splashes it home, cut back to 9. If Boston College goes cold, Duncan slides in. That was a pretty good defense there. Got the hand up at least. It made him adjust the shot just enough to try and get it a little too far up and just died before it could get there. Beasley. But if Boston College goes cold from the floor, Miami has to take advantage of it. They've been so good. There's Beasley. It's a deep 2. That's good. Down to 7. We've seen in some games both teams kind of stay hot and they trade points like this, go back and forth, and then they both go cold at the same time. And it's like, oh, the team's down 8 and they can't hit anything, and they can't take advantage of the other team who can't hit anything. So lead back to 9. Now Miami's working between a 7-point and a 9-point lead. That's what you like to see. Just cut in a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. That's not what you like to see, getting absolutely hammered from the other team. Metcalf passes over to Phillips. Phillips back to Duncan. Duncan inside to Phillips with the kind of circus shot, and nothing doing there. Unnecessary behind the back, no look pass there on the Miami Hurricanes side. Looked cool, but when you're down 9, you're not really caring if you look cool. You just want to get back in the game. And that's what they do. Lead down to 7. A little too handsy there. Phillips splashes it home. That'll put the lead back up to 9 for the Boston College Eagles. Bentley brings it up the floor. There's a nice little shot. Oh, nice little pass to Beasley. Got the ball stripped away. That's a weird wrinkle. I talked about it a little bit in the last part where that's a very popular play. Running a shooter around the baseline, trying to get him free on the three-point line. But for whatever reason in some of the newer games, the shooter will stop in that spot that Beasley was just stopped in. And that just didn't feel like a smart move in that part. Probably had an extra step or two on the defender. You get a quick pass and a pop, like a stop and pop shot. Looking at a pretty good open three-pointer. Instead, you take a weird 2. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Or at least try for a weird 2. Anyway, 38-29 is our score here. Again, they're running that pass play. Beasley, again, looking for that. And there's his little spot there, mid-range. Can't get that one, though. Barry fires over to Mullins. Mullins back to Bentley. Bentley drive it inside. Kicks it to Beasley. Beasley loses the ball. It's stripped by the Boston College Eagles. Metcalf. He's been good the second half so far. They'll free up Duncan. He'll hit the little mid-range, too. That's what Miami's been trying to do, but they just haven't been able to. Lead back up to 11. That shot is no good, and Miami has gone just ice cold from the field here in the second half. Not what you want to see. Metcalf with the ball. We got a couple of bigger guys up to the top of the key. Looked like he was going to try and run down into the paint, but no. He'll take a 3, and he'll push this lead out to a 2-touchdown lead, 43-29. There's a little 2 from Miami, another little tip-in from Miami. Finally, the third shot drops. So Metcalf will kind of dance around here. Fires over to Phillips. Phillips into Duncan. Duncan over that unstretched arm of the Miami Hurricane defender. Looks like it was probably his left shoulder. Ends up drawing a goaltend. Miami is down big. All right, here we go. We're about to hit the 5-minute mark of the second half. They got blocked immediately. I didn't even get to start theorizing of how they can try and get back in this game. You got to cut this lead down to 7. Oh no. I was going to say 7 by about the 2.5-minute mark. They really need to go. I don't think they can really afford the luxury of, cutting it down to 10 by this and then 5 by this. I think you got to get it to 7 in the next 2 minutes, and I don't think that's going to happen. It was a great 3 on the Boston College side of things. Got a very friendly roll. Excellent defense again on the Boston College side of things against Miami. Phillips with the ball, bounce pass to Metcalf. Metcalf working around the outside. They're going for it all. The lead is 19 points. Miami got out to a 6-0 lead. And since that lead, it has been Boston College 50-27 now. So a 17-point game. Maybe if you can get it to 7 by the 2-minute mark, you're looking okay. But you got to get defensive rebounds. You can't allow Moss to be warping around like that. Barry, though, with a nice defensive play there. Up to Bentley. Okay, lead down to 15. 3:35 remaining second half. Bounce pass into Woods. Woods, tough D, offensive rebound. Moss gets the ball and puts it back in. Moss to Bentley. Bentley blocked. Beasley picks up the loose ball. 3:07. Fires to Barry at the free throw line. Barry kicks back to Beasley. Beasley to Bentley. Bentley to Barry in a little mid area of the paint. It's going to come up to Moss. Moss is going to bounce past that. Very lucky that he was not called for a backcourt violation there. That was close. We see that every once in a while. It's really odd. Duncan. Nothing doing there. Moss with the offensive rebound. That's off the left iron. No good. Fires forward to Bentley. Bentley might just be a little too late here for the Hurricanes. They're going to have to whip something up really quick if they want any shot of being in this game at all. These long possessions are not helping. Pass into Barry. Barry backing him down. Kicks out to Mullins. Mullins to the right side. Beasley inside to Aglabar. I believe is that last name. Duncan. Metcalf. Duncan. Missing. And like I said earlier, both teams have kind of gone cold here, and Miami unfortunately just isn't able to take advantage of it. Bentley sliding around the side here. It's going to go through two defenders and finally get a shot up and in. That's where Miami makes a couple of shots right there, cuts into this lead a little bit. I think you might have a chance at something, but unfortunately, both teams kind of hot at the same time, and then Miami started to get cold. Boston College was able to keep the heat going just a little longer. But the offensive rebounds, Metcalf for 3. 18-point lead here. Driving inside, Bentley kicks out. Bentley bounce pass into Barry. Barry getting blocked. Duncan. Bounce pass again right at that logo. Phillips to Metcalf. 60 seconds to go. 20 points is the lead. It's been over for a while, but we're still early in the broadcast, early in the video, so I still have energy. I don't think I sent my tweet. I just realized. I sure didn't. All right, that'll take care of that game. Big old blowout in the favor of the Boston College Eagles, as the final score is 39 for Miami, 57 for Boston College. So the home team will advance. They will play the winner of the previous game, who was Colorado. Both scored even in the points. If you just took the last round, Boston College wins by 4. That will do it for game number 2. Villanova and Pittsburgh is coming up next. Boston College blowout. Let's hope that the next game is just a little bit better. I mean, That game honestly wasn't terrible. It was pretty competitive there in the first half. Boston College got hot. Miami couldn't keep up. And, sometimes that's just how it goes. Villanova taking on Pittsburgh. We got the Villanova. Vanilla Nova. They are, they're taking on the Naked Panthers of Pittsburgh. Speaking of Pittsburgh and the terrible towel, they are playing in the next game against the Wildcats. We'll jump on in here. Game number 3 of the day. We have a game from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Looks like neither of these teams have to go very far, both in the same state. Sometimes the randomness just gives you that. Get this one going here. We'll hope for a little bit of a better matchup than the last one, as we have 2 games down and 6 games to go through this. After this part, I should say, we will have the first half of the first round of the tournament done. We'll be 25% there. I always love how quickly it goes through the rest of it, especially the last 2 parts. The final weekend of it is like 4 full rounds. It's the entirety of the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final 4, the third place game, and the championship game. And that's all in one video. It's like, oh, cool. There's a 3 from Pittsburgh to try and get things started on a splashy note, but no such luck for Pittsburgh as Villanova brings up the ball. We're deciding which is the better outfit to wear, clothed or no clothed. Currently, Villanova, the clothed Wildcats, are winning the argument with a score of 3-0 as the Naked Cats splash home a 3 to get it back even. Kind of a fast-paced start here. So another 3 is up. We have seen nothing but 3s so far. Now, even just 3s put up. Pittsburgh missed the opening 3. Villanova's made 2 of their 3s, or the 2 3s that they have taken. We'll see what Pittsburgh elects to do here. Pass into Wheeler. That's going to be a defensive foul. Got his shoulder into him. I guess the defense didn't have their feet set. Lexi Love picking up foul number 1. That sounds like a porn star, I'll be honest with you. Klein working it around to Tolles. Tolles bounce pass into Klein. Klein breaking the streak of 3s that we've seen. Knocking down a 2, 6-5. What's been a pretty quickly paced game here. There's a nice steal. There you go, Klein to Tolles. Tolles back to Klein. Klein blocked and unfortunately unable to take advantage of the turnover. Raines with the ball. Joseph kind of trying to work through something there. Able to get it. And then it is 8-5. So a 3-point game. And finally Villanova breaks their streak of 3s and scores a 2. So maybe we have just some adrenaline going there in the opening minute and a half or so. And they'll settle down and run more what you see in the tournament with more of a focus on the 2s. This is an older game, which means it's going to be an older style of basketball. I did notice that one of the Panthers' last names was Benson, so shout out to Benson the dog. Swanson jams at home, pushes the lead back up to 3. Quickly, Pittsburgh coming back up the floor. Klein working with the ball here. Kicking it over to Tolles, into Plummer, into Wheeler. Nice little play there. 10-9. Pittsburgh just totally comfortable with like, hey, we'll trade 2s. We'll trade a 1-point lead and a 3-point lead. We don't care. Villanova is on fire. That's not to say that Pittsburgh isn't shooting very well, but I think Villanova's missed maybe 1 shot, maybe, but had that steal, and otherwise it's been firing on all cylinders through the first 3 minutes of this game. Raines, oh, that's a nice little play there. Trying to pull up for the little mid-range shot. Missed it. Was fouled, so Raines will miss the first free throw. And he'll miss the second one as well. Wow, that is very surprising. For a team that's shot the ball so well on the floor, you expect them to make those free throws, but 0 for 2 on the line will get you nothing, obviously. And it'll lead to nice double pass there for Pittsburgh. Easy dunk, 13-12. Raines just driving through everybody. Quick pass to Swanson, couldn't really hold on to it, got stripped immediately. Pittsburgh working with a quick pace. Benson, Wheeler, Plummer, and Villanova finally gets a little bit of a stop there. I was going to say they can't really stop it. Technically that qualifies as a stop. They've been pretty effective with it. Pittsburgh has that bam bam shot situation's been good for them. Bounce pass into Joseph. Joseph backing him down. Nice block by Pittsburgh, and now Villanova's starting to come down to earth a little bit. There's a nice little pass there, and we'll give Pittsburgh a 3-point lead. Pass up to Raines. Kind of setting some stuff up, maybe. Looked like Villanova was maybe trying to work with the play that we saw. Shoot, who was it? East Tennessee State run, I think. Where they were just running everybody right near the 3-point line, get a little screen, get a small ball player out there in the paint, easy points. Pittsburgh's got the lead up to 5. This was a very fast-paced, very competitive game early. Pittsburgh's kind of taken over. Winter might have something to say about that. He'll cut the lead down to 2. Villanova started on fire. They have 9 of their 15 points are from beyond the arc. Pittsburgh started with a 3 as well, but they've been much more willing to work with the 2 quick passes situation where they have a player right about in that spot. They pass it right to the player on the Big East logo, and then just another quick pass into a center, and pretty easy points there. We'll see what they do here. There's a shot from Plummer way outside, nothing doing there. 19-15. Bounce pass into Love. Love back to Raines. Raines to Winter. Winter deep 3. Nothing doing there. And just no one to really rebound that ball. Klein working with it. Passes to Benson. Benson into Wheeler. Wheeler to Plummer. That's what you've been seeing a lot from the Pittsburgh Panthers here. Benson to Plummer. Benson to Wheeler to Plummer. Benson, Wheeler, Plummer. Bam, bam, bam. We'll go to the line. Shoot 2, make 2, 21-15. 6-point lead. Biggest of the game. Villanova started so hot that it was hard to see them cooling off, but they have cooled off quite a bit. They've also lost a lot of balls there. A lot of turnovers on the Villanova side of things. That was why they had such a high percentage. They'd only missed a shot, maybe 2, but they turned the ball over on a possession. Otherwise, they've been just making everything. Klein gets annihilated at the rim. Raines kind of waiting for his friends to show up. Bounce pass into Love. Love through the contact. 21-17. Love to Tolles. Tolles back to Klein. I was thinking about Love. Another defensive foul, so Pittsburgh will go to the line. Wheeler missing the first one. That was the second foul on that player. 4th team foul for Villanova. You'll see Underwood come in for Joseph. Nice bounce pass to Winter. Winter, he's been good. Maybe Villanova needs to get him a little more involved in the offense. He's got the 3-point specialty sticker next to him. Or icon, whatever. Again, there's Pittsburgh running it. Whoever initiates it, it goes to Wheeler, it goes to Plummer. Underwood coming in off the bench, firing. You like to see it. Don't be timid out there. Come in, start getting some shots up. There's a nice 3 from Pittsburgh. That was Klein. Just a beautiful shot. And the lead right back up to 7. So Villanova maybe needs to work that three-point specialist into the game a little bit more. See if they can get back into it. They also need to, on the defensive side, make sure that they're not working with, or not allowing the too quick passes to get, or to be so effective against them, to get to the basket so efficiently and effectively. Tolles, stolen by Winter. Winter doing a little bit of everything. He did miss the last 3, but Steele makes up for it. It was offensively rebounded anyway. So hard to argue that it was all for naught. Second team foul. First team foul on Benson. First free throw is good. 27-23 Winter from the line. Can cut this down to a 3-point game. Successfully does. So with 2:21, we have a 3-point game, 27-24. I guess I should be, what, game number... Yes, game number 3 of 8 today. Wheeler, Plummer, getting fouled. Drawn contact, he'll go to the line. 5th team foul on Villanova. Got 2 minutes remaining still. Looks like it's an okay foul. It's an alright foul. 66% from the free throw line. That'll bump him up to 75%. Pushes the lead to 4. Raines brings the ball up to court for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Nope. For the Villanova Wildcats, that's who I'm looking at. It's a nice little play inside. I like that. I believe that was Winters with the easy 2. Pittsburgh just going right to the hole. Unbelievable. That was very, very poor defense. Didn't even really have to try. Just saw the lane. No one really got in his way, and that was an easy 2 for Pittsburgh. Underwood went on in. He's going to go out of bounds. No foul, no nothing. Just an out of bounds play. So 30-26, Pittsburgh back with the ball. Quick passes inside again, and again, it just drops. 2 quick passes is too much for Villanova to handle. Defensive foul. Villanova will retain possession. Not exactly sure where that was. Plummer will pick up the foul, so that'll be the 3rd team foul on Pittsburgh Panthers. A 3 for Villanova. That player keeping him in this game. He's cut the lead down to 4 or 3 several different times throughout this first half. But just defensively, Villanova does not have the answers for what Pittsburgh is trying to do here. And trying is a strong word. What they are just doing. End of statement. Like Benson, a little mid-range, nothing doing. Plummer's there for the rebound. He'll get the ball up, and that'll splash home to bring it to a 5-point lead. So, Raines bringing it up here. Still a shot clock to work with. Pass into Love. That'll be looked like it was kind of a double team, but knocked over the other player and took the dunk. So, down 3. 23 seconds. Wheeler, quick passes into Plummer. It's another defensive foul. It's not the worst. It's bad because you have 16 fouls in the first half. You're dangerously close to the bonus. But Plummer shooting a lot better than he was initially. He's probably like 87% now or so. Maybe 83%. There's a nice pass inside. Cuts it down to 3. Pittsburgh's got to go. They're going to throw it way further down the court than they needed to. Kind of unnecessary. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 at the buzzer. He'll beat the buzzer. Villanova's down 5 going into half. Quickly we'll get to the second half of action here. 38-33. Villanova getting the ball first. Defensive stop would have been fantastic there at the end of the half. Stay in a 1-score game, get the ball first, try and tie it. Instead, you gave up points at the end of the first half and immediately turned it over at the beginning of the second half. So this 5-point lead will hold, at least for the moment. Tolles looking for the 3 off the iron, no good. Raines bringing it up the floor. It's a 2-on-1. He'll just take a 3. Stepped back and everything. So there you go, down to a 1-possession game. That was more what you needed on the first possession of the second half. You don't want to rely on that Because then you're having to rely on a miss from Pennsylvania, a miss from Pittsburgh. Then it's going to lead to a 3. No, come on. Run a good set right at the beginning of the second half. Tie the game, get it close. Wheeler cutting it to a 1-point game again. Villanova living by the 3. They scored their first 6 points in each half with 3-point buckets. That's cut the lead down to 1. So a 6-2 run here. Tolles, that's a 2. It is good. So Winter to Raines. Raines had a nice 3. Winter's been playing very well in this game. Trying to work something around inside of Joseph. If I was Joseph, maybe would have kicked that back out to Raines just to see if he could hit a wide open 3. Turn around at a double team is not an optimal shot. Got it over the dropped shoulder, so it's kind of hard to be like too annoyed with it, but at the same time you go, oh, what are you doing? Swanson driving inside. He'll pick up a 3-point opportunity, a foul. I didn't think that shot was going to go down. That cut away very quickly. Usually when it cuts away that quickly, the ball has dropped outside of the basket, but when you get that celebration animation, you know you made it. And you made it all the way back. Villanova now up by 2. Fantastic game we have going here. Pittsburgh, I mean, to be fair, I'm sorry, Villanova, I should say, was never really out of it. They were down by, as many as 7. And it's kind of the thing where you just go like, okay, just chip away. Just chip away. Yeah, we're not playing super well defensively, but Pittsburgh's missing some shots from the free throw line. We are fouling a lot. Cleaned it up a little bit, make some 3s. Maybe they miss a couple shots here and there. We can get back in this game. Our 3s have been reliable as well as they make another one to push the lead out to 3. Pittsburgh goes back to their bread and butter. 2 quick passes inside. Typically that's been good to them, but not on that attempt. Spinning around. Flying over. Raines. He looked like he stepped out of bounds, but again, the player model's a little odd. There's a 3 for Villanova, and they are on a big run here, 50-44, 6-point lead. Pittsburgh's got to figure out what's going on there. They were in control of this game in the first half. Villanova has come out and taken control in the second. Plummer missed. Put back, no good. Off the left iron. Nothing doing. Raines dribbling around. Kicks over to Winter. Winter to Joseph. Joseph to Love. Love to slam. 52-44. Previous biggest lead, I believe, was 7 for Pittsburgh. The new biggest lead is now 8 for Villanova. There's a 3 for Pittsburgh. No good. Out of bounds. Last touch by Villanova, surprisingly. Kicks it into Wheeler. Wheeler to Tolles. I don't know if Pittsburgh has a 3-point specialist. So then maybe they're struggling a little bit in that category. But they still, have been willing to shoot 3s, and they still made the one early in the game. They've made a couple here and there, but it's not been quite the 3-point assault that the Villanova Wildcats have put up. So Pittsburgh's working with a 8-point deficit, with 6:20 remaining. Plummer, he'll take that and jam it. 52-46, 6-point lead now. Raines working with it, pass to Winter. Winter to Joseph. Joseph to Love. Love off the side of the backboard. And the Villanova Wildcats have seen it be so successful against them, they thought, we'll try. But they're not built for that. They are built to run and gun, it seems. Wheeler pushing a Wildcat out of the way. Dunk it in home. 4-point lead now for Villanova Pittsburgh. Make it look looking to make a little bit of a comeback. Can't leave a guy that wide open, though. And that'll push the lead back out to 6. Tolles with a 3. That one is swished home. That'll slice the lead in half. Saw Villanova do it earlier. Why not Pittsburgh? Looks like they're taking pages out of each other's playbooks here. Hey, the 3s have been effective for Villanova. Let's try them. The 2 quick passes have been very effective for Pittsburgh. Let's try them. And it's worked out a little bit better in Pittsburgh's favor as far as the 3s have been concerned. The 2 quick passes for Villanova hasn't been their bread and butter. Plummer to tie. That was an awful shot. Chased his own chased his own rebound there. Comes away with it. That's going to be 3 fouls on Joseph. First team foul in the second half. He unfortunately misses the first shot. So he'll be able to, at best, cut it to a 2-point game. 71% from the free throw line today, and that's going to drop. Benson doing his best to help his buddy out. 2 shots there and just couldn't get it to drop. 0 for 2 from the line. Keep that in mind if you're a Villanova fan. If they say they fall behind later in this game, they need to put somebody on the line. That's your guy. Not shooting particularly well. Klein rockets it forward to Tolles. Tolles got rim-jected. Absolute rim-jection there. There's a 2. That was a 2 from the Villanova side of things. Also looked like the frames just fell apart there on the game. That was not me. That was the PlayStation 2 struggling. Plummer. Nice little mid-range jumper. As Raines brings it up with a 3-point lead. Stripped and backcourt violation. That is really interesting that was called a backcourt violation. Granted, they stole it right away. We've seen a lot of the loose balls like that get kicked over the backcourt, but not been backcourt violations. Maybe it's just the weird placement of it. Like he got possession of it in the front court, but his body, with the way it was turned, dribbled into the backcourt or something. That was really odd. Villanova starting to take over here. They were able to get the 2 quick passes to work. Another steal for the Wildcats. Nice defense there by Pittsburgh and didn't foul, so that's good news. 58-53. This is a pretty high-scoring game. Plummer's got to battle through 2 Wildcats. Maybe kick it out. There you go. Find Klein, reset. He's going to go into a triple team. Somehow that went down. 58-55. We have hopefully a good finish coming here in the Villanova-Pittsburgh game. Villanova for 3, no good. Tip in, no good. Love. If the soft shots don't work, just jam it home as hard as possible. Just don't do it if you're Pittsburgh, because you got rim injected that one time. 2 quick passes again inside. Plummer's going to the free throw line. Another foul. I believe that's 8 for the game. Joseph, we might actually see a foul out, which I don't know if we've ever seen. And if we have, it was probably in like an overtime game. Maybe. They'll put Joseph on the bench with 4 personal fouls. It is a 60-57 matchup here. Bounce pass inside. Underwood. Nice little float there. Swishes home. Dancing around in the 3, behind the 3-point line. Wheeler kind of driving inside, looking for some space. Into a double team. Bounce pass back out to Klein. He'll do this kind of same thing he did last time. He got away with it the first time. Didn't work as well the second time. The first time he drove into 3 players, kicked up a shot, was able to make it. Had the confidence to do it a second time, and that did not work in his favor. I'm surprised he went with it again. 2 quick passes inside. Through the contact, the basket drops. Pittsburgh's got to clean up their defense if they want to have a shot here at the end of this game. There's a 3 off the left iron, too strong. Under 2 to go. Winter with the ball. He was hot earlier. Hasn't had the ball in his hands much. They've been working a little more with the inside game. Just like that, Underwood slamming it home. Terrible defense for Pittsburgh. Rotated the complete wrong way. And left the basket free and clear for Dunk Central to happen. Pittsburgh will take a timeout. They're down 7. Looked like they were going to throw deep. Instead, they elect to just throw short, which is the correct call here. There's no reason for you to be winging it that far down the floor at this point in the game. It usually just leads to turnovers or out of bounds. It rarely leads to what the game thinks it wants to lead to, which is getting it down the floor and a quick good shot. Because ideally you would throw it to a person who could shoot it, but it usually ends up in a center's hands at the 3-point line. There's nothing here, so then they just wait for the other players to come up the floor. Pittsburgh's got it down to 3. 2 quick passes inside. Pittsburgh, excellent defense. They'll take a timeout. It was off the side of the backboard. Klein brings it up the floor. Now, I don't think you need a 3 here. I think you can work with the 2, just what they'll do. They don't even need to foul at the current moment because they're only down 1. You're burning 30 seconds off the clock, which only leaves you 23. Winter looking to just put the game away now. That's a terrible shot on his part. That's a good no foul there. Panther, for whatever reason, didn't dive down to the paint. See if they go to it. Oh my goodness. 67-66. I was looking for the 2 quick passes, and I would bet that that's what Villanova was looking for as well. Just able to get around the defender super easily there to jam it on home. 67-66 here. 32 seconds remaining. About a 2-second difference between shot and game clock. Love driving inside through a double team. Trying to find some room. That's going to be blocked by Pittsburgh. They're going to have to foul immediately as the shot clock is turned off. 3 team fouls, 1 on Swanson. Now Villanova, worst case scenario, going to be down 3. They've been great from 3 throughout the game. Pittsburgh, I don't trust on the free throw line. They have really struggled. Maybe they'll get it into somebody's hands who can shoot a 3 or shoot the free throws at a better percentage, but we've seen a lot of the bigger guys go to the line and not make free throws. So we'll see what we have here. That first one's going to be missed. That's going to be a timeout. 67-66. Pittsburgh can't put it away. We saw this in the last game. We saw this in the first game with Colorado. Just not able to put it away. For some reason, it looked like Villanova wanted to throw it again all the way down the court. Doesn't really benefit them. They don't need a 3 here. 2 quick passes inside. Love. Float over the top, nothing doing there. 6.4 is still enough time. They have timeouts. They also have a team that is not great at shooting free throws. Again, worst case scenario, they'd be down 3. They've been good from 3 throughout the game. First is up. Second is through as well. 69, nice, 66. Can you imagine the hype, the intensity, the excitement of a game going 69-69 to overtime? They're going to whip it down the floor. Not a great call. I don't like it. I never like it. You're still working with 5.6 seconds left. If you put the correct person on the line, you might be working with something here. Unfortunately, I think that's going to do it for Villanova. A valiant effort. This was a very good game. Very good game. 71-66, 5.6 remaining. Again, throwing it all the way down the floor and just throwing the ball away. They won't even try. They'll lose by 4. So it was a great game. That was a very good game. Bad Villanova in the last 30 seconds was what I wrote. Pittsburgh did not shoot well from the free throw line. They do escape with a win, so it's kind of hard to argue the result, but 12 for 17 is better than I thought it would be, but still not great. Villanova, 9 for 14 from 3. I thought that would kind of save them there at the end. But again, the computer is really weird because when it gets to like under 8 seconds, it starts to panic a little bit and it doesn't like run up the floor at all. It either throws it way too deep and throws it out of bounds, or takes too long to get up the floor and ends up throwing up a shot from like half court, and you're like, oh, that's kind of an anticlimactic ending, but still a very good, well-played game for both teams. we will be quickly moving on here to the next game. Features, I would say, a big fan favorite. It's going to be Arizona taking on the fan favorite. I phrased that very weirdly. Arizona is not the fan favorite. Northwestern is the fan favorite I was referring to. And they are right here. Wildcats, more Wildcats. We had Wildcats in the last game. We have extra Wildcats here. We have Arizona. We have Northwestern. Hopefully a good game here. Winner of this gets to host Pittsburgh. So there you go. Game number 4 of the day. All-American, 10 minutes, you know the deal. And we'll get going. I believe we're in Chicago, Illinois. I believe it might just be like just a smidge north. Because I remember when I was in Chicago, it's kind of debate of like, oh, do you go to a Northwestern football game? Which would have been kind of cool. Kind of wish I had done that, but I also wish I had gone to see One Cut of the Dead in theaters, but I got freaked out, and I just should have gone, you know. Ball got tipped. Arizona recovers. Leach with the ball. Passes over to, it looks like Bruce Willis. Inside to Tolbert, and that'll be 2 quick points for Arizona. So here we are in the beautiful purple floor of the Northwestern Wildcats. Wildcats, just very cute, you know. They're good mascots. I like both of these mascots, actually. I prefer Northwestern just because I think it has the cute factor. I think that the Arizona the Arizona team is trying to be like a little too fearsome, which I think takes away from what it's doing. Northwestern looks happy to be on the floor, you know. They're just like, hey, we're here. We're having a good time. Playing some basketball. We have little tails going on. We're making our free throws. So 2-2 to start off this game. Northwestern working with a little full court defense here, getting Arizona to dance around. Some fancy footwork. Willis with a huge jam. We'll see how long Northwestern decides to stick with that. Louisville is the only team that makes that work. None of the other teams that have tried have made it effective in any real way. Hollins with the ball here, slips past the defender. Nice shot, up and good, so 4-4. And then looks like Northwestern is just going to not worry about it at all. Instead, Arizona's going to throw it inside and dunk it yet again. Tam bringing up the ball. Passes inside. We have a fiery first couple of minutes here. Steps out of bounds. Arizona only slowing themselves down at this point. They've been able to get through Northwestern's defenses pretty easily. Gordon driving it inside to Sampson. Sampson kicks it to Tam. Got a guy calling for the ball down low. Hollins and do a double team in the corner. Bounce pass to Gordon. Gordon shot up, no good. Defensive rebound by Burton. Burton's going to kick it forward to Leach. Leach through a little bit of contact. Drops it for 2. So Arizona. We have an matchup here. Hollins drive it inside, mid-range, too strong. Nothing doing there. Leach driving it. Passes to Burton. That was a terrible defensive play. There was a guy just watching, a Wildcat just watching that happen, and elected not to do anything defensively. Tam's going to bring it up the floor. Kick it over to Sampson. Sampson to Hollins. Hollins driving inside. Sampson, Hollins. Hollins, Tam. Tam, Sampson. Tam, oh man. I don't know what the Arizona player Leach was doing, but looked like he was pumping up the crowd, but somehow ended up with a steal. And not a good start here for the Northwestern Wildcats, as they have now given up 12 points to Arizona. I don't know if Arizona's really been stopped on their offensive side of the ball. The only time they turned it over was when they stepped out of bounds. So we might have a bit of a rough game here. I hope not. I'd love to see Northwestern go far again. They are a loved team you hate to see the popular teams go out first. There's a nice turnover there for Northwestern. 3-on-2 opportunity here. Bounce pass to Tam. Tam's going to take it from right about the free throw line. Right about. And they'll knock it down. So, 12-10. Northwestern tighten up that defense. They don't want to be down 6 to the Arizona Wildcats. They want to move on to the next round. They want to host the winner of the previous game, who I very clearly and obviously remember. As Tam brings it up the floor. Oh, you got a wide open guy down deep in the paint. 2 quick passes. Hart going to drive inside. He's got 2 Wildcat defenders right there. Kicks over to Tam. A little bit more of a favorable number set on that right-hand side. Arizona did a good job to make sure that didn't bite him in the butt. 12-12. 6-point run here for the Northwestern Wildcats. Arizona will break that, putting them up 14-10. I don't believe Northwestern's had a lead in this game. It's been tied twice. Probably more than that. Quick passes inside. Hart, float pass, nothing doing there. Unfortunately, just too much arc on it. Didn't drop the way he wanted it to. Tolbert, fall away 2, splashes it home again. Again, Arizona's got to be shooting like 85% from the floor. Sampson, Hart, Jordan. There's a nice Gordon. I think it might be Gordon. Orden, with either a G or a J. Not sure. Willis into O'Connor. O'Connor somehow gets that to roll. 18-14. We have a pretty fast-paced game here. Both teams actually playing pretty well, just as far as shooting percentage is concerned. There's Gordon, little hook shot. Couldn't get it to fall. Not quite enough mustard. It falls off that right side of the rim. Oh my goodness, nice block there, out of bounds. It's going to be Arizona ball. Nice defensive play there for Arizona. The lighting is just completely blown out on this game. O'Connor driving inside. That's a shot that's missed. Hart comes away with it and then just tries too hard to get the ball up the court to take advantage of it. Burton slams it down. They're back on a run. It was 14-14. It's now 20-14. 6 points in a row by Arizona State. Arizona. I keep saying Arizona State. It's Arizona. Northwestern will cut into that lead a little bit. Don't really think we've seen much of a 3 threat from either team, even though you have Leach here with a 3-point sticker next to him. Burton driving inside. Of course, it's hard to argue to go for 3s when you're doing so well inside. There's no reason to take a few lesser percentage shots or chances when you're doing so well in the high percentage areas. Northwestern down 7 now. And they are, I'll be honest, not looking terribly great. I also did not write down the score for the Villanova Pittsburgh game. Wow, what a dum-dum. What an absolute dum-dum. Villanova lost, but I don't remember. I think it was by 5. I think it was 71-66. Pittsburgh did win. They did win for sure. Submit the score. I can't believe it's the second time I've done that where I've just completely forgotten. Arizona and Northwestern. I clicked over here, and it's a good thing that I did. But I clicked over here because I was curious. I think Northwestern's got going pretty far in a couple of brackets. Actually, maybe not. We do have a champion picked down already. Somebody picked the Cougars to win it all, and they lost in the first game. First game of the tournament. Northwestern surprisingly did not go that far. I think it's because Alabama is in this chunk. So I think when it comes down to it, they would meet, I believe, in like the Elite 8. I think best case scenario. I think that the people who would have picked Northwestern probably just like Alabama a little bit more. So that's interesting to look at. I thought Northwestern would be a little bit more in in the Final Fours, as they usually are. Usually somebody gets them, but I think with Gonzaga being in this, just call it a region, I guess. With Gonzaga being in this region, with Alabama being in this region, I think that stopped them from being a Final Four pick. Because if you look at the predictions, you can see the Final Four teams, and Northwestern is not one of them. Out of bounds, Northwestern ball. So the game is now down to a 7-point lead. I was a little worried that it was getting out of hand, but I'm also glad that I looked at that just because I forgot to input the score. I got so focused on the free throw problems that I forgot. Hart tried to drive inside, lost the ball, and Northwestern turns it over, looking to cut the lead down to 4. That's how you jam it, says Arizona. Shot is up, shot is good. 29-23 is the score. Just as a reminder, you can go to the link down below. You can check out yesterday's action, see the final scores, and what we'll be looking forward to in Part 5, at least the first half of Part 5. That'll be a couple Thursdays from yesterday. I believe that's the 18th, I think is what it is. Yeah, it's the 18th. Oh my goodness. Defensive foul. Arizona's going to the line. Northwestern, I just don't know if they have the power to get past Arizona here. Not looking good so far. They've tied it a couple of times, but Arizona has gone on a couple of runs. They were able to respond to one of them, but it seems like this one might just be a little bit too much for the Wildcats. Of the Northwestern Wildcats. Winner will host Pittsburgh coming up. Again, that's part number 5, which is broadcast live on Twitch.tv. Oh my goodness. Somebody had to have gotten a hand on that. I don't think we've seen an air ball that bad before. Mercifully, though, Northwestern came up with the loose ball. That was a very weird pass. Out of bounds, Arizona ball. Probably going to be Arizona ball regardless. But Northwestern with a nice block there. That was a very weird looking. It looked like the ball was going to go right and then just kind of went inside. It was odd. Tolbert, I don't know what he was doing, but for some reason he decided that he would dance dribble back to the mid-court line and almost got a backcourt violation. So we're under a minute to go here. We're looking at an 8-point game. Northwestern trying to get some points here before the end of the half. No such luck for the Purple Wildcats. No shot clock. Willis driving inside. That's a jam. 10-point game. This one just might not be a good one. It's been Arizona for the majority of the first half. The Northwestern Wildcats kept pace there for a little bit in the early going. Been a couple of Arizona runs. Only one time has Northwestern really responded, and unfortunately, they can't get anything done defensively. Defensively, it's been a nightmare for the Wildcats of Northwestern. Arizona has had their way interiorly, just too strong, too powerful. Everything's working. Northwestern might have to start working with some threes in here and then kind of just cross your fingers and hope that Arizona goes cold at some point in the future while they stay hot. But a 10-point game here going into the second half. That shot is missed, but a nice offensive rebound. Unfortunately, just couldn't put it in. And it is another run for Arizona, who will score the 2 points. They'll get on the board first here in the second half and push the lead out to 12. I guess, thankfully, there are other teams in this. There's a nice 2-point shot. That must have been right on the line because that looked like a 3. But it was a 2. I was going to say, I guess it's pretty fortunate that there were some other teams in this bracket area that I like a little more. You'd hate to see two of your Final Fours get knocked out in the first two parts here. Nice little play there by Northwestern, a little mid-range two. Cut the lead back down to 10. Two quick passes inside. O'Connor through the contact, nothing doing there. Arizona throws it forward to Tam. Tam pass over to Sampson. Sampson back into Tam. That's a nice play. That's a nice cut. Good pass. The lead, I believe, has been as big as 12 for Arizona. And Northwestern coming out here firing a little bit here in the beginning of the second half. They have the lead down to 8. I feel like spin passes like that aren't probably the best option. Losing the ball. He slipped out of bounds. A little bit too much momentum there. It was a huge problem in 2005. It's been mitigated for the most part in this game. Stolen away, unfortunately, for the Northwestern Wildcats. The Arizona Wildcats throw it forward. That's a goaltend. Lead back up to 10. And it might be just enough for Arizona to just kind of hold on here for a little bit. They have Northwestern in a very bad position here. Northwestern can't do anything. That's a lob. That's a knockdown shot. And we have a 12-point game with 7:37 in the second half. Tam bouncing in to Burton. Hart's going to be a defensive foul, so we'll at least get an opportunity to cut it down to 2. O'Connor, second personal foul, first team foul here in the second half. There's a nice knock home as well. So we're down to a 10-point game. 45-35. Arizona having to fight through this Northwestern full court defense. Northwestern can't really stop anybody, and that'll just be an easy 2. Coming up next, we have the hometown team Gonzaga taking on New Mexico. Michigan State and Georgia Tech, a really good-looking matchup. Clemson, Mississippi State, and then Penn State, Alabama. So some big popular teams coming up here. A lot of people love Gonzaga in this area. The Clemson always makes me laugh, but Alabama, that big, beautiful elephant coming up a little bit later. Huge fan favorite. We have a 14-point game here. Northwestern just doesn't look like they belong on the same floor as the Arizona Wildcats. Stolen again. I think the highest number we've seen scored so far was the 71 in the last game. I'm pretty sure that's what the score was 71 to 66. Arizona has 619 to beat that, and they only need, well, I guess they need 22 points, but they've been on such a tear. It's hard to believe that they won't be able to beat that number unless they just take the foot completely off the gas. It's a 2-touchdown game. 2 missed free throws, though. See what Northwestern can do here. Driving inside. Passes back out to Tam. Working, not a whole lot going on here. Hollins, has the ball. He's got a double team situation that he's working with. Pass over to Sampson. Not a whole lot of room for him. Steps back. Hollins over to Sampson. Sampson kind of dancing around, pivoting his foot. Drives into a defender. 2 defenders. Kicks over to Hollins. Got 3 on the shot clock. That shot has to go up. No good. Arizona with the basketball. And unfortunately, just not a game here. Tolbert from the corner. Too strong. Offensive rebound. Missed shot, jammed home. And a whole mess of a situation going on here for the Northwestern Wildcats. We'll be looking at a first-round exit, much to the bummerage of me, because I like the Northwestern Wildcat. Ball got stripped away. Leach passes forward to Tolbert. Tolbert to Willis. Willis to Jamtown. and Northwestern can't do anything. They can't get anything going offensively. They can't get anything going defensively. There's a nice little shot over the outstretched arm of a defender, but the dropped shoulder. There's a nice little defensive rebound. Missed shot there for Arizona. Pretty rare. I mean, even the, like, kind of dunk animations aren't going positively for the Northwestern Wildcats. Driving inside, draws the foul. Arizona will go to the line to shoot 2. First one's good. 54-37 here. We'll just kind of bleed out the next 4:18. And we'll just write Zona all the way. As we approach the halfway point of this portion of the broadcast. Coming up later, we have Kill It With Fire. Game that I was able to obtain a key for, so thank you to Tiny Build for that. Shot off the left iron, no good. We have an 18-point game here, but we're checking that out. That is a game where you kill spiders, trying to cause maybe not trying to cause as much damage as possible, but collateral damage is part of the game. Free throw is missed, so unable to cap off the 3-point play. Just got it down to a 15-point game. Instead, it'll remain a 16-point game, 55-39. So we have that a little bit later. Again, big thanks to Keymailer for hooking me up with the code. They put in the thing, I'll talk about this later in the actual gameplay, but since there's no game here happening, might as well. On the, pardon me by the way, on the Keymailer site, you can like sign up for keys and they take like stats for your Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. And they said on the thing that it was like, hey, very limited key space, like be sure to like not ask for this. Don't expect getting one, I should say. Pretty limited key space. And then I was going to check my email for something totally different. I forget exactly what it was, but I was going to look at my email for like some tracking information, and I saw like, oh shit. Oh, you don't know what it was the Halo 3 test flight that they were doing with the new maps. I was looking for that, and I was like, oh shoot, I got one of those keys for Kill It With Fire. Cool. Didn't think I'd be able to get one, but I was able to get one, so that's pretty sweet. Off the iron, no good. 14-point game here with 2:18 remaining. So we'll be checking out that game later. I don't know the structure of the game, so it might just be kind of like a one-off kind of quick look or whatever. Not to steal terminology from other channels or anything, but we'll check it out for a couple hours following the basketball games, I should say. Yesterday I enjoyed Rango so much. Just had a blast playing that game that I think I'll be going back to that at a later date. I have a couple other things scheduled for the next couple of Fridays, or the next couple of streams. I have this Friday planned, next Thursday, and then the following Friday. Though I don't remember exactly what it is. It's just a whole stack of discs. 11-point game here. Kind of getting close-ish, maybe. Not really. Take a look here at the outlook. Yeah. Maybe we'll finish it next Friday. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happens. I need to finish the grab bag season. I have like 3 more episodes I need to record on that. So that's what I have planned for next Friday. So we'll see what happens. Might be good. It turns out I played more of that game than I thought I did of Rango. The game only takes about 4.5 hours to complete, and I played about 2, so there's probably 2.5 hours left of it. Maybe a little less. I think we're down to the final like 4 chapters or whatever. But I had such a good time playing that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna finish this. I'll do a full complete playthrough. It's fantastic. If I knew it was that short, I guess I thought it was longer. If I had known it was that short, probably would have scheduled out like a whole day to do it. Yeah, it was fun. Very fun. So we have Kill It With Fire later. We have a mystery box, if that makes it on time. We have a mystery box from Limited Run Games. It's supposed to get here Monday, I believe. Grab Bag finishing up that season a week from today. And then we have the finale of Rango that following Thursday. So lots of good stuff coming up. If any of that sounds interesting to you, stick around. Stick around, hang out on YouTube. Head on over to twitch.tv/DinosaurRex if you like to watch it live. It's a good time. Unlike that game, which was Arizona all the way. I'm going to check. I know that I need to write the score down, which I'll do first. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to go 59-50 Arizona. Stats Central. Just because I'm curious, Arizona really had their way there the entire game. I wasn't really paying attention to the last 4 minutes of it. But school stats. %61% from the field. You know, Northwestern wasn't too far behind at 52.3. Arizona only took 2 3-pointers. Oops. I don't need to know. It's fine. It's fine. That's not. Those aren't mascots. Alright. So we are through 4 games here in the second part of March Mascot Madness number 3, part 2 of 8. I'm going to hop up. I'm going to take a quick break. I started a little bit late today, so I'm going to hop up and at least use the restroom. And, polish this water off and finish off another one. But really quickly before I go, we'll make sure that we're getting set and ready for the next one. It's Gonzaga taking on New Mexico. I believe I have this written. I have it written in my notebook incorrectly. I realized that New Mexico was the home team, and I was like, well, why not have Gonzaga be the home team? I don't know if we've had Gonzaga as a home team yet, and that's my home city. So why not just put Gonzaga as the home team? So that's what I did. A lot of gray in this next matchup, which will be coming up here in just a few minutes on YouTube, on Twitch, or in just a few minutes on Twitch on YouTube. It'll just be a nice cut. It'll be about 5 seconds maybe. But stick around on Twitch here for a couple minutes. I'll be back. Just going to hop up, finish off this water, fill it up, use the restroom, all that good stuff. We'll be right back with more March Mascot Madness in just a moment. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of part 2, second half of the this portion of the game. We have game number 5 coming right up. We have the New Mexico Lobos, mascot that I'm not super huge on, taking on the Gonzaga Bulldogs. This might be one of the first times. This might be the first time we've been in Spokane, Washington for the Gonzaga Bulldogs. I'd have to look at the other standings, the other brackets, but I don't remember if we've been there. Actually, speaking of brackets, I need to refresh you and let us update you and let us know what's going on with the predictions. These are the latest scores here. Matt's still in the lead with 7. Beeb, It's a Guessing Game, Fart King, Go Cougs, all in second with 6. And then I am bringing up the tail end with 5. So not a great start for me today, but a good start for some other people. Going, I don't know, maybe 3-1 in that first section. But there you go. So there you go. You're all caught up on the brackets. If you're watching this, maybe this is a best of 5 game. I don't know. It hasn't happened yet. If you want to be part of the fun, you will be able to fill out a bracket for the next tournament. Might even be a similar URL to the one that is below. But I don't know. I don't know what the URL is for. It doesn't matter. We have All-American. We have 10 minutes. And we have New Mexico and Gonzaga tipping off here in just a moment. I usually forget that. I like to do Bracket update at the beginning, the middle, and the end. I feel like that cleans up the flow a lot and makes it a lot better. So I used to do it like at the end of every game, and it was probably too much information. There wasn't enough movement to really warrant it, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. We're in the game now. It's Gonzaga taking on New Mexico. Very similarly colored teams here. We have both gray animals, both with white jerseys. The trim just being different colors. We have white and red versus white and blue. That's a quick pass inside, and that's going to be a foul almost immediately by Gonzaga, who hit a three pretty immediately on their first possession down the floor. So, 9:42 remaining. We'll get just reset, I guess. I don't know. Lobos, Bulldogs. Low Bulldogs. Not the DC Comics character Lobo. No. New Mexico playing kind of a weird, not even like halvesy wannabe full court defense, just kind of put a guy in the middle for no real reason, like a diamond defense or something odd. Marshall driving it inside, finds a nice little mid-range too strong off that left iron. The rebound is also too strong off the left iron. That one hits the right and just falls outside. So 3-2 after New Mexico hits both of their free throws the first trip down. Gonzaga fouls them again. And that is the second team foul on as many possessions for New Mexico. My goodness. That was unclear in how I said that. The back of the basket. I don't know why. Gonzaga is like blue, but all the stuff looks kind of purple. 2 fouls for Gonzaga on consecutive defensive possessions. So all of New Mexico's points have come from the free throw stripe. 4-3. Driving inside is Addis off the right iron, gets his own rebound, puts it up off glass and in. Gonzaga retakes the lead 5-4. Gonzaga surprisingly not ranked in this game. They are pretty consistently ranked. They've had some of their best teams of the late 2010s, even into this year, being number one. I don't know, the entire season. I feel like it's kind of hard to rank Gonzaga sometimes because they play in a weak conference. I'd love to see them play in something like a Pac-12. I think that'd be really interesting. Addis, 3, no good. And I do believe I have a copy of NCAA Basketball 10, which is the most recent game that you can get with NCAA stuff. I think that's a what if I would like to do, but I don't know where I would put it or how I would do it. Nice play inside, rattles off both sides of the rim and drops. Gonzaga, it says it's on a run, but 7-4 isn't much of a run. I will say that. I think it's more that just New Mexico hasn't made anything from the floor. They have 4 points, but it's all from the free throw line. Gonzaga, if they can clean up the fouls and not give them easy buckets from the stripe, you might be looking at pretty dominant performance here. Defense forces a 5-second violation. The Lobos will turn the ball over. The Bulldogs will get the ball back. So yeah, I've been thinking about that. I don't know how long. Like currently I have the what if. I have a lot of different ideas for what if stuff. I think I might do another, like, I might go through 3 seasons of Boise State and then switch it. I have a couple of them that are a little simpler, a little quicker. But then I have like Gonzaga, which I think would be interesting. But because the college basketball season's like 40 games long, I don't know. You also might want to pick when they were at the height of their program power, which would be kind of interesting. Unfortunately, because there's no game after 2010, you can't add them in place of a different team, which is what I did with Boise State. I don't know. Something I've been thinking about. But that would probably have to be something that's like, I don't know why all my content ideas are like, yeah, let's do this but like times 82. Gonzaga 11, New Mexico 4. Gonzaga fouls again. And New Mexico has still not made a field goal from the floor. It's been 3+ minutes. They have 5 points, all of them from the stripe. But if you think that would be an interesting idea to explore, let me know down in the comments below. Ty Crockett's coming in for Mark Hunt. Thank God it wasn't Mike. As we have an 11-5 game, so a 6-point lead for the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Looks like they're taking a little bit long to get the ball in. Fletcher has the little 3-point stamp, but again, just a weird full court defense. It's one screen away from being broken. That's a good drive to the basket. I like that. Fletcher end to end there. Quentin Tremblay picking up foul number 1. Team foul number 2. Lobos missed that other free throw, by the way. But Gonzaga took the timeout, so that gave them possession from the backcourt, from the baseline. Gonzaga working with a full court press here, kind of just trying to really put this game on ice before it can even start. Getting dangerously close to a 10-second violation. I believe they were at 8, maybe 9. Going to turn into a backcourt violation. So Gonzaga, they know they have the superior team here. They're playing as the superior team at least. And they'll look to kind of just put this one away. The sooner you can just kind of put it away, the better Gonzaga will be. That's a nice little move inside to push the lead out to 10. And we might just be kind of stuck with 2 games back-to-back that are not great. We do have some good action coming up later in the day. You can look right above me. Always the wrong hand. You can look right above me. We are on game number 5. We're just working our way down that bracket. Carson over to Rucker. 4+ minutes. Still no shots from the floor going down for New Mexico. It's going to be 8 seconds left on the shot clock. There's a miss, another miss, and a foul. Wow, 4 team fouls leading to 8 total shots from the line. That's number 7. 6 of 7 for Forrest. I'm sorry, Forrest hasn't taken all those shots. He's batting 1,000 from the line. So he's either 2 for 2, 4 for 4, or 6 for 6. Addis throws over to Marshall. 8-point lead as we approach the halfway point of the first half. Fletcher working around the outside. Nice ankle breaking move there. Great block for New Mexico. It needs to an offensive rebound. Block to loose ball recovery to shot to miss to offensive rebound to putback. And unfortunately, New Mexico just couldn't come up with any of those misses or positive defensive plays. New Mexico, though, only took them 5 minutes and 7 seconds, but they did finally get on the board. Marshall working it around the outside. Got 2 Bulldogs, 2 Lobos, 3 Bulldogs, 3 Lobos in one area here. Looks like we have kind of a weird freeze. Ball gets stripped out of bounds. It'll stay with Gonzaga. Last touch by New Mexico. 13 seconds on the shot clock. Fletcher with the ball. Passes over to Addis. Addis driving inside. Kicks back to Marshall. Probably should have just kicked back to the wide open guy that was next to him. His tail goes through the floor, but he does pick up the charge. Chest bump for teammate buddies there. He'll dust him off. And Sullivan will come in for Marshall. Sanchez does a sweet spin move there. Passes off to Forrest. Forrest driving inside. 17-9. Gonzaga's been in control, but they have let the Lobos stick around as much as possible. The Lobos have 7 of their 9 points from the free throw line. That's a nice 3 from Gonzaga. Pushes the lead out to 11. If you take away all the free throw attempts, New Mexico would be losing 20-2. That is a rim ejection for New Mexico. Things could not get worse, much worse for this team, but they chose to by not being able to get the ball over the rim. The easiest person to beat, you know, the rim. Stationary, you know where it is, you know how to get around it. Sullivan misses the shot there. Now, this is a dangerous position for Gonzaga to be in. They have dominated this first half. Absolutely dominated this first half. It's an 11-point game. They're getting steals. They're making shots. They got that nice three. They haven't been super consistent from the floor, and New Mexico definitely hasn't looked like they are a threat to really overcome this 11-point lead. But at the same time, if you're Gonzaga, you should be up by more, and you should be pushing harder. You can't let a team hang around long enough to gain momentum to break your heart in the late, stages of the second half. Addis, step back three off the back iron, no good. Sanchez rips it forward to Carson. Carson one-on-one. That's a dunk in just a nice jam there. Dunk it and one. 16 fouls for Gonzaga. Fletcher picks up his first personal foul. And with 2:32, we're looking at a 6-point game. It's like a little diamond defense there for New Mexico. Kind of picks him up near the midcourt area. It looked like they were trying to set up a trap. Gonzaga tried to get out of it and just whipped it across the floor to no one. New Mexico. Driving, Rucker. No one there. It's going to be another foul. That is 17 fouls. Mike Ross picking up his first personal. New Mexico, though, has been doing a good job at putting the free throws away. We saw with the Tennessee game or the Iowa game, one of those games, the team was putting the other team on the line consistently. But I'm pretty sure it was the Iowa-Missouri game. But Missouri just wasn't making them. It was not great. Fletcher driving inside. That's good defense there. Get the defensive rebound. It's excellent defense, but that's good defense. At least forced a missed shot. Leads back up to 6, but it was down to 4 at 11. Quick passes inside. Tremblay knocks it in, and we're looking at a 4-point game. It was 20-9. The Lobos on a 9-2 run here. That just wasn't a good pass. Sanchez with another nice steal. Ripped it forward. Carson, Sanchez, Tremblay. And a nice dunk there for the Lobos. Gonzaga now only up 2. 11-2 run over the last couple of minutes here. It took the New Mexico team 4 minutes and 7 seconds to even get a basket from the floor down. They had all their points from the free throw line. And I said it too soon. I started the sentence too soon. I thought we were going to have a tie game there. Gonzaga might just need to get to half. That's a missed shot. Ross coming up with the rebound. Fletcher for 3 off the right iron. Ross, somehow that wasn't any kind of goaltending. Third team foul for New Mexico. First on Forrest. Shout out to my old high school. Piece of garbage. All right, Rucker coming up the floor here. 44 seconds remaining here in the first half. Throws it in the middle to Forrest. Forrest drives down. Passes to Carson. Carson gets fouled. 18 fouls as Addis picks up his second. 8 team fouls. That is only the second or third miss for the New Mexico Lobos from the line. Bounces that one in. Addis is going to sit. Ewing comes in. Fletcher driving down the lane in the paint. A little floater. Nice drop there. 27-21. Backwards pass to Rucker. Over to Forrest. Tremblay driving inside. That is through 2 defenders. Not a smart move, but still got rim, so that was good. Ewing. Oh, my goodness. That was a little too strong with the back iron. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, nice play by Sanchez there. Just drop, drop, drop. Exactly the way you want to see it. So a blowout first half. Turned into a close game. They were New Mexico down as many as 11, as close as 2. Now down 4 as the second half begins. We'll see if New Mexico can improve on their time at scoring their basket in their first basket of the half from the field. They only have to beat 4 minutes and 7 seconds, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Sanchez to Rucker. Rucker trying to drive around. Looks like it's a mismatch in favor of Gonzaga. That Bulldog looks a lot taller than that Lobo. We have the lovely stoppage here where the game breaks. Someone tightened their lid too tight on their water bottle. Unfortunately, that shot was missed for New Mexico. They'll get the ball back, though. I think that was Rucker. They've been kind of pesty with their steals. They've been good about getting some every once in a while. Sanchez has played very well for the Lobos. Carson with a 3 right there. Off the iron, no good. Tip in, no good. I'm guessing that the halftime was really great for Gonzaga to try and regroup, get their heads back in the game, and come out and establish what makes them dominant. It was probably terrible for New Mexico, who lost all their momentum and mojo. They're like, look, we're doing really well. We're outscoring them. It's a 14-9 difference. 14-9 difference. We're making progress. We're making moves and steps in that direction, and just not a whole lot you can do when you're down a bunch like that. You got to keep that momentum going, and halftime, I'm sure, really disrupts that. But maybe they can make some changes on the defensive end, help them get back into this game. 6-point matchup here. Fletcher with the ball. A lot of Lobos, a lot of Zags in that area. Up over a couple of defenders, it looks like. 31-23 is the score here. 8-point game. Lobos had it down to as few as 2. They're starting to kind of slip a little bit. Here, Gonzaga, you got to just kind of weather their best 3 minutes. They're going to give you everything they have this first little stretch of the game, or of the half. Faris, that's a nice little shot there. I like that mid-range jumper. Keep yourselves within striking distance, New Mexico. You can maybe steal this game. Speaking of steals, that's one right there. Rucker really needed to go cut down towards the basket there, and I just don't know why he didn't do that. Instead, it ends up being a circus shot. Again, Gonzaga fouling. That's 10 total fouls. Second on Fletcher. And again, Lobos good about making their free throws. You have Faris here at the line, batting 1,000. That shot is up and good as well. Ewing has the ball at midcourt. Again, they're running that little diamond defense in the middle of the floor. Sullivan's almost stepped out of bounds. I was getting ready to say it, because usually when they get that animation, they keep rotating around and their foot ends up stepping out of bounds, like officially. The character models are a little weird in this game, where there are a lot of times where it looks like, hey, the foot is out of bounds, but it's actually not. 6 minutes and 40 seconds here. And by the way, New Mexico scored points from the floor way earlier than they did in the first half. They cut the lead down to 2. Gonzaga responds, pushes it back out to 4. 33-29. Kicks into the corner for Carson. Carson over to Rucker. Rucker off the right iron, no good, but Tremblay comes back and slams it home. 33-31. What was looking like a blowout, looked like it was going to be a Gonzaga domination, has gotten a little tight, A little nerve-wracking if you're a fan of Gonzaga. I believe we have Gonzaga as a champion pick. For sure someone put them very, very far. Oh, Gonzaga is indeed a champion pick. Gonzaga's a champion pick, a Final Four contender. So a lot riding on this game, unsurprisingly. Scroll down here. There's a nice little mid-range two to push the lead back out to 4. Doesn't look like I really missed a whole lot, so that's good news. Oh, I should also make sure that I have appropriate amounts of hard drive space here. I've been looking at getting a new external hard drive. I have tons of room. Great. I think it did happen one time where my hard drive ran out of space during a game. And it sucks because you have to go in. I have to edit it together, but that balloons the file size to like 5 or 6 times what it was. And it's like, oh god, it's going to take forever to upload. So 39-35, 2 quick passes inside. Tremblay going to get fouled. That'll be team foul number 3, Ty Crockett's first personal foul on Gonzaga. And one of the rare misses from the free throw line for the Lobos. But if you're going to put somebody on there, it looks like the center is the correct answer. Wow. 2 missed free throws. I don't think we've seen that all game from the New Mexico Lobos. Remains a 4-point game. That's got to be a bummer for them, considering that they're hanging around in this game. They are keeping themselves competitive. First team foul on New Mexico. Making sure that they're not just getting run out of the gym by a team that got off to such a hot start. But an 11-point deficit is a lot to overcome. At any point in the game, you can't lose the ball like that. Carson comes up with it, passes back to Forrest. I don't know if the 10-second violation is in effect here because they lost possession of the ball. I don't think it was because there were 23 seconds on that shot clock. Couldn't get the shot to drop. That was exactly what he wanted to see. That was a good look at the basket. Maybe just rushed himself a little bit, got a little nervous. Starting to get into crunch time here. Sullivan up and in, leads up to 8. New Mexico held in there for a while, got it close, and it's just kind of slowly unraveling on them. They need good shots, a couple of good defensive possessions over the next couple of minutes. Get themselves with an opportunity. I'd say 4 points at 2 minutes or so. 4 points and possession of the ball. A 5-second violation does not get you any points. It just loses you possession of the basketball. And Gonzaga will take on over. Sullivan coming out of the game. Marshall coming in. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. It said there was a substitution, but then it looked like Sullivan was keying the ball in. There's a Sullivan. There's a Ross. That's off the left iron. No good. Mike Hunt. It's Mark. Absolutely Mark. Mark Hunt. Don't know why I even put his first name in there. I've been calling everybody by their last name. And that's the one where I was like, yeah, this is the one where you go first name. Really make sure that you accidentally put that in there. Mark Hunt, with his 3rd personal foul. We'll most likely see him sit here in a second. 43-36. Closing it down to a 6-point game. 3:28 to go. There, Crockett will come on in for Hunt. Fletcher to Addis. Addis, that's a deep 3. Splashes it home, pushes the lead out to 9, 46-37 as we approach the 3 minutes mark. New Mexico has got to make some moves here if they want to keep in this game. That's not the kind of move you want to make. Fletcher. That was good positioning by the New Mexico defender, just a better offensive play by Gonzaga. Gonzaga will push this out to 11. It looked like they might coast home to a victory here. Score is not indicative of the quality of the game. The game's actually been pretty good. It got competitive there. And New Mexico did a good job of keeping themselves in the game. They were benefited a lot by a ton of Gonzaga fouls in both halves, and a lot of those fouls were at the basket, which led to a ton of free throw attempts for the New Mexico Lobos. That's how they scored their first, like, 7 or 8 points of the game. New Mexico was from the free throw line. They got hot from the field for a little bit, but you're missing shots like that. It's not going to help you win. Fletcher, free and easy run to the basket. They've scored Gonzaga scored what, the last 9 points at this point? Definitely a closer game just a moment ago. New Mexico cut into the lead a little bit, down 13. That's about 11 points off, or 9 points off where I said they needed to be at about 2 minutes. That's an excellent block. I hit a D in there for some reason. Dominating block. Another team foul. That'll be 13 total team fouls, and most of them have been at the basket. We'll take a look. We'll see how many shots New Mexico has had from the line. They are shooting a very high percentage, though, which has helped them a great deal. 52-41. Chung coming in for Fletcher. Under 2 minutes to go here. Most likely just kind of bleed this one out. And we have back-to-back not super great games. Addis loses the handle on it. That's a backcourt violation. He had a free and clear lane to the basket and threw it behind him for literally no reason. That was a great defensive play. Gonzaga almost repays the favor. Going backcourt. And just for some reason thought, yes, I would like to not have the ball here. Sullivan, Chung, Addis, Chung, Sullivan, Chung, Addis. Passing it back and forth between each other as the shot clock winds down. The game winds down here. 1:11 remaining. Three. That's a deep three for Gonzaga off the left iron. Kind of just a, hey, don't get the violation necessarily. Throw it up. Whatever. Rucker inside. Nothing doing there. Crockett bringing the ball up to the floor. New Mexico will get at least one more possession here, as there is a considerable difference between shot and game clock. 16 seconds to be exact. About 16 seconds. Back-to-back blowouts here in March Mascot Madness number 3. Back-to-back games where the team that lost never even led. Never an opportunity to lead there. They got as close as 2. It was kind of tight-ish. But Gonzaga will move on. Victors by 9. 52-43. Gonzaga looking good. We will head to Stat Central. We will take a look. They shot 21 free throws, and they had 28 total field goals. New Mexico shot 7 fewer free throws than entire baskets. That is stunning. Shooting 81% from the line. You take out that 2 that the guy missed, you go, 17 for 19. That's pretty good. Wasn't enough to overcome a powerful Gonzaga team. And Gonzaga will move on to the second round. They get their one game at home, and they will be, unfortunately, having to go on the road to face what I think might be the best looking matchup of the first round. Maybe. I like the, the Minnesota one is really good as well. I think it's Minnesota Temple. Game modes. Mascot game. We have Michigan State ready here. Taking on Georgia Tech. Go there, everybody. The Yellow Jackets. Green and yellow. Looking good. Looking fabulous. Spartans, one of very few human-esque teams in this. That's because they actually are a mascot costume that's just designed like that. I don't like mascots that are humanoids. They're like West Virginia and USC. I think they look bad. But game number 6 sees Michigan State taking on Georgia Tech in Georgia. Just making sure that I have my everything correct. We'll get ready for game number 6 here. Alexander Memorial Coliseum in Atlanta, Georgia. Really hit that call hard. Call. Dictate how your defense, how you play defense by moving right stick downwards. Force your man into trapping situations. Cause turnovers leading to easy buckets. On the other end, looks like we got a Syracuse. Oh no, it's Illinois and someone else. It says on the sideline. The Bees and the Spartans, that's a huge logo in the middle of the floor for Georgia Tech. They get the tip, and we are off for game number 6. Metcalf getting blocked immediately. Bradshaw ripping it forward just like his father or grandfather or great-grandfather, Terry Bradshaw, when he was ripping passes to whoever played on the Steelers. See, it all comes back to the Steelers. Whoever was on the Steelers when they had no defensive rules and just said, yeah, hit as hard as possible. There couldn't possibly be any repercussions of this. Anyway, we are in game number 6 here. Michigan State, Georgia Tech, off to a good even start here through the first 40 seconds. Always a good sign. Georgia Tech on a nice little run there. I completely blanked on the word what it's called. What? Fast break. That's what it was. Oh my goodness. My brain just completely broke and I had no idea what it was. Nix. We're getting inside to Richards. Richards back to Nix. Nix back to Richards. Over to Bradshaw. Again, not really working inside. I don't know why I said again, but it has been kind of a running theme throughout this tournament that we've seen some of these shot clocks like it really tick down while the team that has the ball just passes around the perimeter a ton and never really tries to go inside. Singleton gets around the corner there. And it is just a mess of color. You got the green and the yellow just clashing, collaborating, crushing into each other. Looks good. Hard to tell what's going on. These are some of the bigger mascot costumes, specifically Georgia Tech's. But the Michigan State one is a little big and a little bulky as well. Almost a 5-second violation, but kicks out to Bradshaw. Bradshaw throws back, throws an interception, throws it up to Singleton. Spin move. All kinds of fancy moves for a missed shot, which is unfortunate. Richards bringing it up the floor. He has a buddy to his right. Elects not to pass to him. Instead wants to do sweet dribble moves. Can't really get the defender to shake loose from him. So he'll throw the ball to his friend. His friend will throw it back. He'll dance out of bounds. Georgia Tech will get the ball. We're deadlocked at 4 here in the opening stages of the first half. Ball stripped away. Watkins comes up with it. Nice play there. Singleton almost dribbles it on the line and almost gets a backcourt violation, but thankfully dribbled it just enough to where they didn't call it. Metcalf with a nice move there to get in the lane. Good rotational defense by Michigan State to affect that shot and make it miss. Michigan State kind of doing the same thing, but Georgia Tech giving them, again, good rotational defense, blocking the shot, or at least blocking the attempt at a shot. It wasn't necessarily like a block, but it did make the offensive player go, I'm good. We're cool. I'll just kick it out. We're good. Teal with 2 L's. Takes 2 hands and jams it. As it is now 6-4, Georgia Tech leading. Rush. Was that the name? To Nix to Richards dribbling around, back to Nix. That's a good looking shot right there, mid-range too. It's a good find right there. Stop, pop. Watkins, finds the corner there. Again, good rotational defense. He's getting the arms up. It's a foul, but at least trying to affect the shot. That's a generous home bounce from the Atlanta Stadium in favor of Georgia Tech. Bounce, drop. So 8-6. Nix picks up his first personal foul, first team foul. We have a nice game happening here. 6-9. as Georgia Tech takes a 3-point lead. Bradshaw having to work against a full court press here. We haven't seen a lot of plays from out of bounds. That's the worst spot to get the backcourt, or that's the worst spot for the opposing team to get the interception, is because it does end up being a backcourt violation. You got to take like a step back. Just make sure you're clearly on one side. There's a couple of nice passes there and a nice jam home. Georgia Tech on a run. 11-6, all the momentum. Feeling good through the first 4 minutes. Bradshaw working the ball up to court. Passes to Nix. Nix over to Richards. Richards dances around. Doesn't actually really have to dance because the defender was just too far to his left. The offensive player's right. Does it really count as a blow by if somebody just lets you do it? Watkins to Metcalf. Metcalf bounce pass into Keys. Bounce pass. Rim bounce. Shot drops. 13-8 with a 5-point game here. That's the most anybody's ever led by. It's been a pretty even contest here. Deadlocked at 4 for a little while, but Michigan State started to get on a little bit of a roll offensively. Georgia Tech has got on a roll offensively. Michigan State's falling behind a little bit. Nix again making a nice little move there. Drove it inside. Good defense by Georgia Tech. Excellent defense by Georgia Tech. Bad defense by Georgia Tech. Or bad offense, I guess I should say, for Georgia Tech. Stealing the ball there. I'm not 100% sure what's going on right now, I'll be honest. Pretty sure it was Michigan State ball, and then Georgia Tech said, no, we would like that. Teal with 2 L's. Missing that shot. Bradshaw at the midcourt line, met by a Georgia Tech defender. Passes to his left to Nix. There's going to be a nice float pass into Richards that'll get them to 10 points and cut the lead down to 3. Michigan State playing good enough defense to keep them in this game. Make sure that the Georgia Tech run isn't any worse as the lead is pushed back out to 5. So, Richards brings it up the floor. Kicks it over to Nix. Nix drives. Oh, that was a bad bounce pass. It looked cool, and I'm sure it was effective, but it looked like he had both of the defenders beat. Probably had a pretty good opportunity to get into the lane and do some damage. Instead, he ends up at the free throw line anyway. So, kind of hard to argue the results of that. 2 points is 2 points, no matter how you get it. Michigan State playing a little full court press here, kinda. There's a nice steal by Nix. Nix doing a little bit of everything. Nice bounce passes. I have no idea how that was not a goal time. I cannot believe that was not a goal time. Kick it over to Nix. Nix just tries to float past, but Watkins is there to steal the ball away. Nix has been doing a little bit of everything. I guess technically doing a little bit of everything, as we see some bad defense there by Michigan State. Includes, throwing a turnover every once in a while. Second team foul for Michigan State. Shot is good. Lead is 4 with 3:41 remaining in the first half. Second shot is good as well. 17-12 is the score. Nix almost lost the ball immediately. Georgia Tech doing a good job here. Backwards pass. There's fires it forward to Bradshaw. Right about that 10-second mark. Singleton. Nice play there. Watkins taking a 3. And that pushes it to an 8-point lead for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Richards into a double team. Surprised he didn't bounce past that out a little bit earlier. That's just a bad throw. No one was over there. And Michigan State falling apart a little bit. Could probably use a little bit of a halftime here to kind of regroup. They have 3 more minutes that they need to survive before halftime shows up. That's too strong. Nothing doing there. Bradshaw kind of dancing around here. loses the ball. They're actually going to call a foul on Georgia Tech. So, Jason Singleton. Nix. Bounce pass into Rush. Rush. Bounce pass into Robertson. Robertson with a nice little flip over the shoulder. Metcalf. Bouncing around. Kicking over to Watkins. Watkins spin move back to Metcalf. Metcalf driving around the outside. Going it back to Watkins. Watkins trying to drive inside. Not a whole lot going there. We're under 10 seconds on the shot clock. Looking for a screen. Passes over to Metcalf. Metcalf is going to have to get a shot up. He's right on the on the boundary. Nothing doing there. Excellent defense there by Michigan State, forcing a really bad shot after 35 seconds. 2 minutes. Michigan State weathering the storm here. And by storm, I mean they just look like they want to get to halftime sometimes. Richards, bounce pass to, that's a nice bounce pass to Robertson. Went in, did that sweet power step that you see players do every once in a while. Thought about going up, found a wide open teammate, knocked it down. Hard to argue. Keys. Working against a couple of Michigan State defenders. Diving, driving. Nothing doing there. Up the top. Not a whole lot. And driving around the outside. Trying to bounce back to the middle. Not a whole lot going there. Again, good defense here by Michigan State. Teal. Just trying to spin around. Michigan State, again, good defense off the side of the backboard. They have an opportunity here to cut this lead down to 2. 1 with a 3. If they really want to. Nix driving inside, kicks it back to Bradshaw. A lot of congestion in the middle of that paint. He'll bounce pass it over to Nix. Again, double teamed. They're very afraid of what he's going to do. Backs outside the 3-point line. Looking for a screen. Gets around the outside. Throws an interception to Georgia Tech for some reason. That's out of bounds, Michigan State ball. So Michigan State, they're still within 4 here. They have plenty of time. They can tie this game up by halftime. They also can fall apart. That was a lot of time taken off the shot clock for an intercepted pass like that. It's a nice bounce off the right rim. Drops for him. 31 seconds to go here. First half. There is a difference on the shot clock, but for some reason it's the game clock that has fewer seconds. That was really weird. Michigan State again doing a good job forcing another bad shot. That's behind. The backboard is kind of that weird area where it's like, is it a defensive foul? Is it an out of bounds? Last couple have been out of bounds, which is good news. Richards trying to get the hook shot. Nothing doing. Robertson trying to get a little too creative there. And just some bad defense there by bad offense for Georgia Tech leading to bad defense for Georgia Tech. That 3 off for Georgia Tech. We have a 20-20 game. Somebody launched a basketball across the court for some reason. I don't really know why. And we have halftime. 10 minutes to go here in game number 6. We've had a good one here. Georgia Tech looked like they were going to maybe take control of this game, but Michigan State didn't let themselves get too far out of it. They fought back. They've taken advantage of a lot of Georgia Tech mistakes. And they have knotted it up and taken the lead. They've scored 6 in a row, going back to the last half. It was 20-16. Georgia Tech has gone empty over the last couple of minutes, and Michigan State's been able to take advantage. A couple of out-of-bounds plays for Georgia Tech. A couple of offensive rebounds given up by Georgia Tech to Michigan State to give them extra opportunities. And when you step out of bounds, that certainly doesn't help either. Richards passing to Nix. Nix trying to just kind of work through here. Richards gets it across the midcourt line. Bradshaw directing some traffic. Not a whole lot going on here. Nice screen there. Richards, though, a little too close to that offensive player. The defender was right there. Nice little touch pass, and that's 8 in a row for the Michigan State Spartans. Singleton, Metcalf, working around. Bounce pass inside to Keys. Keys through 2 defenders. Nothing doing. Out of bounds. Nice block by Michigan State. Now the Georgia Tech ball. Bradshaw all the way down the floor to Richards. Richards getting a little chirpy. With the B, Watkins will pick up his first foul on the Georgia Tech side of things. First team foul of the half. Nice steal immediately. And Watkins with the ball. Kicks it over to Singleton. Singleton pump fakes. Goes for the shot on the second try. And that'll be a make. So, Georgia Tech cuts back into the lead. It's the first time they scored in probably 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. It was a very sloppy end to the first half and not a great start to the second half, considering that we're almost 2 minutes in and they have just finally scored their first basket. However, Michigan State has been taking a lot of time. I don't know why I swallowed weirdly. They've been taking so much time. They've been taking a lot of time off the clock, which has been kind of... It's not quite as bad as you would think. Just as far as, like, yes, it's been 4 minutes that Georgia Tech hasn't scored, and there's definitely been some issues there. But at the same time, Michigan State's been running a lot of time off the clock, which is kind of making it look worse than it is. 7:34 remaining here, second half. All knotted up at 24, out of bounds. Last touch by Georgia Tech. So we had Michigan State go on an 8-point run. Georgia Tech back on a 4-point run. That was evened us up. It was 20-16 for a while. And very, very slowly, like at a glacial pace, the Michigan State Spartans were able to come back, take the lead. But that was all erased by Georgia Tech, who's in a little bit of a rhythm here in the second half. Teal, there's a nice little hook shot there. 6 in a row here for... 6 in a row for Georgia Tech. My math was right. Like, my brain kind of broke because the scoring has been so low. This is normally a score we see at the end of the first half, not 3 minutes into the second half. Typically, we're into the mid-30s at this point. This game's just been a very, very slow, methodical style of games. We have, yet again, Michigan State taking 20-plus seconds off the clock. We're under 10, so we have the numbers flashing in the corner. And with 5 seconds, they finally slam it home. So, Georgia Tech, what can you do to respond to that? 6:16 remaining in the second half of this game. He's trying to drive, gets a defensive foul. Bradshaw picking up his first personal. First team foul in the second half for the Michigan State Spartans, who immediately stripped the ball. Bounce pass forward to Bradshaw. Bradshaw ends up one-on-one here. Tie game, looking for the lead. Pass to Richards. Trying to run kind of a screen action there. They may have a switch on the Georgia Tech side of things. Nix doesn't like what he sees. Passes to Bradshaw. Bradshaw gets rid of it to Richards. Back to Bradshaw. Kind of a weird time to use a spin move. That's a weird three. Not a great possession for Michigan State at all following the turnover. Georgia Tech throws it into Teal. Teal had a really nice opportunity for maybe something kind of fancy there, but it looked like the other player was streaking behind. It would have been pretty easy 2-pointer for him. 3-pointer for Georgia Tech will splash home to cut it, or to bring the lead, to gain the lead, get the lead. I'm falling apart here. 29-26 is your score. As Michigan State takes the ball. Works it around the outside. Bradshaw finds a little room. Can't quite make it, but his teammate is there to put it back. So 29-28, lead down to 1. I don't think the lead's ever been terribly big between these teams. Maybe 6 or 7. There's another 3 from Georgia Tech. That's a miss. So we'll give Michigan State the ball back. Interestingly, Michigan isn't in this game. Regular Michigan, it's just Michigan State as far as the mascots are concerned. Love to see a new rendition or a new version of NCAA basketball. I don't think we'll get it. I think we're going to get football, and that's going to be it. These games are just too expensive to make, I think, now in these times. In 2021. Back in mid to late 2000s, EA Sports could just pour money into all kinds of different sports. They have cricket, they have rugby, they have like all this weird stuff. They had F1 for a while, they had NASCAR. All of them have splintered off except for Madden, including like even popular stuff like NBA. Their MLB franchise died. There's no way that they're going to bring back college basketball. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see just one, like, give us. That's a 3-shot foul coming up. Give us a platform. Give us NCAA basketball, just a platform that's $60. It's going to be updated every season. Maybe that costs money, whatever. But I think that with how high the development costs would be, and especially with the way that the like, how is the right stuff going to work? Missed that final shot. So 31-30 here. I think you just come out and you go like, here's our NCAA basketball game. It's going to cover Xbox, and as long as you support it, we will keep updating it. Put mascot mode in there. Put a bunch of teams in there. That'd be fantastic. I think that's what they should do with the football stuff as well, is just go like, hey, we're just NCAA college football. It's a platform. We're going to work with people and try and get, licensing deals done and stuff like that. Maybe you buy your favorite teams. I don't know how it's going to work, but there's a nice foul there. So Georgia Tech will go to the line down 1, 32-31 here as Michigan State has the lead and is now tied. I think that's how you do it in 2021 now. The yearly model like barely works for stuff like Madden, and like I don't think there's been enough innovation to really warrant it. As a person who plays Madden, has bought the last couple of them pretty early in the yearly cycle or whatever. I don't know. Shockingly, EA's hockey franchise is still going, but I think it's just because no one else really wants to take a crack at it. $33-32. There's a kind of a chippy foul there from Michigan State to prevent the easy basket. Into the corner for Singleton. Singleton off the back iron. No good. Under 3 minutes to go here. Knicks bringing it forward. Bounce pass to Bradshaw. Bradshaw, that's going to be not even close. Not even close on that rebound. Shot wasn't bad. There was more than enough room for him to pick that up and get not only the offensive rebound, but also get the points, and he just mistimed the jump. Teal to Singleton. Singleton pump fakes, nothing doing. Robertson to Bradshaw. Bradshaw, had a guy right under the basket. Just didn't do anything with it. There we go. Bounces Knicks outside. Knicks kind of looked at a three, but elected not to go for it. Just got 1 second to move here. Pass the ball to Bradshaw. Bradshaw trying to spin and get some kind of separation, but that defender stuck to him very well. That shot is off the back iron. No good. 120 seconds remaining as we wind down this game. Pass over to Watkins. Watkins into the corner. Spin move. Trying to find something. Passes over to Singleton. Singleton with a three. That's off the right iron. It's off the right iron. No good. Again, we have just the slowest paced game. I've seen halves that have had more points between both teams than this game. We have 1 minute and 35 seconds. Georgia Tech, whoever's leading, might get like a cheap pass to 40. But, oh my goodness, what a defensive play there. What a block. I thought for sure Michigan State was about to get the lead, and he just came out of nowhere and said no. Beautiful bounce pass inside. Another great defensive play. That was a beautiful bounce pass. Again, thinking, easy basket. Easy basket. Defender comes out of nowhere, blocks it. You'll love to see it. Michigan State's going to work through. Good old Georgia Tech's full court defense. He's throwing it away to Keys. That is a terrible play. There's a three for Georgia Tech. No good. Got a 3-on-2 opportunity here. Bounce pass. Bradshaw really didn't trail that play very well. Instead, he decided to go take on 3 Bs at one time, and that was a bad idea. 30 seconds on the shot clock here. They'll rip it around to Singleton. A couple of pump fakes. Plastered on into Teal. Teal splashes it home. We'll see Michigan State take a timeout down 3. It's been a good game. This one's kind of, maybe good game's a little bit of a strong, maybe a little strong on the wordage there. Bradshaw. Nix, got to throw it up court, to the front court. Richards to Rush. Nice 2 there. I'm good trading 2s for 2s. They're going to have to foul now, which is kind of unfortunate, but maybe let him get to half court before you do it. There is no shot clock. And that's what we'll see here. A couple more of these, maybe Michigan State can get. Nope, they won't. Okay. This one will put Georgia Tech on the line. And it'll be Teal going to shoot 1 and 1. 3 fouls for Robertson, 7 total team fouls. First one's good, 36-34. I like the 2-point trade there. You know, you're still down 1. Maybe get a missed free throw. 37-34. I'll take a timeout. Nothing wrong with it. I know that the, conventional wisdom is like get the 3, tie the game, don't put them on the line, but there's another 2 for 2. You have a couple of fouls you can give here before you get into the 2 points or the 2 shots regardless. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That worked out beautifully for Michigan State. Trade some 2s. Now you're only down 1. You have 16 and a half seconds to work with. Georgia Tech. Michigan State just cannot throw this away. They literally threw it away. I don't understand why they whipped the ball across like that. It's honestly, it's infuriating. They get so cute with it. Oh my God. Slow game, good game. I mean, competitive game, low scoring, defensive battle. So slow burn thriller. Michigan State just threw it away. Absolute garbage in the last 16 seconds from Michigan State. The full court press is so annoying in this game. Just watching it is like, oh my God, like please stop trying to throw it across. Have you learned nothing? Nothing for Brett Favre. Don't throw it across your body. It leads to interceptions all the time. Don't understand why you can't figure this out. Michigan State loses. 41-36. They were right there. Their plan of trading 2s worked there. And they had the opportunity to try and get, they were down 1, 37-36. And just threw it away. So Georgia Tech is moving on. We'll take on Gonzaga in the second round. And we will move on to game number 7. Not worried about stats. I am not worried about stats. Oh, speaking of Gonzaga, Adam Orson's the cover art guy. I forgot about that. Also kind of surprising why they aren't ranked, considering he had just left. They were still good. Adam Morrison, shout out to you, riding the bench to 2 NBA titles. Next up, we have the Naked Tiger of Clemson. So good. So good. They are taking on Mississippi State. We have Bulldogs and Tigers coming up for game number 7 here in part number 2. We are going to Starkville, Mississippi. Gotcha. All-American 10 minutes. You know how we do it here in March Mascot Madness. We also burp and hiccup a lot because we drink soda. Though we should be drinking water. I've been better about drinking water the last couple days. I haven't had nearly the amount of soda that I normally do, which is good for me. Tip is up, tip is away. Veal getting the first possession here for the Clemson Tigers. Oh, that's Sanford. Sanford had an open three and then said, I'd like to get blocked, please. Sanford, pump fakes, passes around the outside to Alexander. Veal, he's inside. A little fall away shot there. Mississippi State. Oh no, this is bad. Mississippi State coming away with 2 blocks on 1 possession, as many points as Clemson has. That's a nice looking 3 from Mississippi State, but no luck there. So Veal brings it up for possession number 2 for the Tigers. We'll see if they elect to get more blocks or they just make the shot, and that works. So 4-0 early lead here. Fields brings it up for the Bulldogs. That's a nice block for Clemson, getting in on the block party. Pruitt throwing it over to Fields. Pruitt, the 3-point specialist on this team. Daniel going to get a defensive foul called on him. Nope, Grant gets the foul called on him. I was trying to figure out a way to worm my way out of that dumb sentence because it didn't make sense. And I didn't do it. So 4-1 after the first free throw is made. 4-2. The second free throw is made. So the first pair here. Shades of Gonzaga and New Mexico. Veal almost had the corner. I thought he had the corner, honestly. Running a guy around. Veal kind of got in the way of that pass. They looked like they were trying to get to Alexander because they're running that play of baseline shooter into the 3, you know. And then Veal was like, oh, that ball's for me. Oh. Pass him. You got it. Out of bounds, Clemson ball. Not 100% sure what happened there because I was doing a bit. That is a weird one. That's a very weird one. There's a nice steal by Fields. Making sure this game doesn't get too out of hand too quickly. Pruitt out of bounds. Clemson ball. What was interesting about the last turnover that Mississippi State had was it looked like the typical animation where the ball gets stripped away and it goes out of bounds, but typically it remains the offense's possession. But I guess with how close he was to that boundary line, he stepped and touched it at the last second. That's a nice shot by Mississippi State. Unfortunately, the player is injured on this possession. 7-4, they can cut the lead down to 2 here in just a moment. Gingerly walking off the court. So Pruitt got injured. Pruitt was their 3-point specialist, so hopefully it's not too big of an injury. Sanford spins for little to no reason. Veal in the corner, throws it over to Sanford. Oh God. We have Mississippi State and Sanford after Michigan State and Stanford play later. Crap. Fields bringing it up down 6. A nice play by, God. Yeah, drop your entire water bottle on your keyboard. Just the whole thing. I don't have any shortcuts on my keyboard, which is probably a good thing. Because, man, recording's still going. Live stream's still going. We're all good. I don't know why, but I have such a consistency of always putting things in my own path. Always. I do it, sometimes I'll, be looking for something, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm going to put this my wallet or whatever, I'll put it right here, and then I'll look at it, and I'm like, that's exactly where I need to put my knee to, reach the next thing. God. Just move it out of your way. 10-6. Through the contact, couldn't get the basket to fall. 3.5 minutes gone here in this first half. We have a 4-point game. Alexander trying to drive inside into a double team back outside to Sanford. Sanford getting us a little screen into a double team. Does a fall away jump shot for some reason. Not a great possession for Clemson. It's going to lead to an easy 2 points for Fields and the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Ball stripped away. Veal picks it up, throws it over to Alexander. Alexander inside to Veal. Veal pushes him in the chest. Bounce pass inside to Veal. It's going to be a defensive foul. Looks like he's going to be injured as well. So a couple of injuries in this game. One on each side. Looks like an arm injury this time around. It's so funny to me when they come off the the floor. Free throw is missed. Leads down to 2, so Ray Veal with 0 points as the Todd comes up to take the free throws. Sinks one of them, pushes the lead to 11-8. Coleman driving inside, kicking back out. Jay Fields driving around. Shot is up, shot is good. That is a deep 2 for the Mississippi State Bulldogs. So they'll cut the lead down to 1. Veal driving on a one-on-one here. Kicking around to Sanford. Sanford drives inside. Little mid-range jumper off that left iron. Just not enough. Again, we've seen that a couple of times. Clear, easy, open 3. And he drives in to a more contested shot. Granted, higher percentage with how close he is to the basket or whatever, but ankle injury for Ray Veal. He is out for the game. I don't know if that's actually correct. He was grabbing his arm. Maybe that's the other guy. Maybe no, the other guy was Pruitt, I believe. Veal went out, but I don't think that. Oh wait, there's Veal. What is happening? Yeah, I think it's just bad and broken. Doesn't make any sense. Sanford again getting the ball with a pretty good look at a 3. Elects not to take it. Kicks over to Alexander. Alexander working around the outside. Trying to drive inside into a double team over to Sanford. Sanford through some contact and traffic. Nothing doing there. Todd comes up with the ball. Kicks out to Nat. Gant. Alexander to Gant. Gant puts the Bulldog on his behind. Now up 5. We approach the 4-minute mark of the first half. Again, kind of a slower paced game. Seems like we had a couple of these over the last couple matchups. 3:50 remaining. Alexander again. Clemson with good open looks at 3s and just not taking them. So they get stuck into a kind of a weird animation situation. Gant again, just a nice slam home. So 17-12 now. 3:32 remaining in the first half. Daniel splashing it. 2 points. 17-14. Todd, Veal, Todd. Veal, Sanford, back to Veal, working it outside. There's a one-on-one battle going for position down low. Right now, Mississippi State has the advantage. Clemson's trying to back out. Looks like maybe the ball's a little loose there. Sanford driving inside, kicks back out to Alexander. Alexander, he'll try inside, nothing doing. Pushes him toward the three-point line. Veal, 3, got to get a shot up. Off the rim, no good. So we'll see what Mississippi State can do here. 3-on-2 opportunity. Davis. Fields, again, just didn't trail the play. We saw that in the last game where that's like an easy 3-on-2. bounce pass it to the left, maybe kick it back to the middle depending on where the guy bites, throw it one more time. But the middle player doesn't trail the whole way, which is fine, like whatever. But for some reason, the player that's on the left kicks it to the middle instead of going to the right, and it's very odd. There's kind of a chippy foul there. The Todd is going to slam it down, put Clemson back up 5. Daniel looking for a little bit of room. Couldn't get the ball to drop off the rim. No good. Sanford driving inside. That's a nice put-back slam. 21-14. Taking it back. 1:53 remaining. And a 7-point football score game here. Mississippi State. Coleman ran out of bounds. And that's poor offense on Mississippi State. I know the easy answer is, oh, that's bad offense because he stepped out of bounds. Then when they're trying to run that play, it works so much better if the person like providing a screen is like closer to the paint. But he was right on the outside, which didn't give him a lot of clearance between the defender himself, the offensive player setting the screen, and the boundary. And it's like, oh, you really want me to thread this needle at full speed. Caught the ball and just took a step backwards. Mississippi State, though, did pick off that inbound pass, converted into easy points, so not all is lost for Mississippi State. Fall away 2 for Clemson. Back to a 7-point game. 1:15 first half. Getting ready to kind of wind down part number 2. We'll be a quarter of the way through this at the end of this part. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. I sure do enjoy making them and broadcasting them, posting them up on YouTube, all that good stuff. That is a lovely bunch of bounces for Clemson to get that to go. 26-18. We got a big one coming up next. We have Alabama taking on Penn State. Alabama, huge pick. A couple of champion picks. Throws it inside. Daniel flipped. Nothing off that left side, right side of the rim. Sanford throwing it over to Veal. Veal got that player to turn around. Too bad he didn't step on the accelerator a little bit. Sanford, there we go. That's a nice drive. That's a nice drive. Got that guy up in the air and tried to blow by him. Good rotational defense, though, by Mississippi State to Mississippi State to prevent that from being additional points. As the lead is 9. The missed dunk, though, got to make it 7. 7 seconds as I said that. Alexander, drive it inside, kick it back to Veal. Veal's going to take a 3 that looked bad from the start. Actually got a pretty good bounce back towards the middle. And just went forward middle instead of in the basket. So 26-18 is your score at halftime. Clemson steals the first possession. There's a pretty good fast break there. Still a bad pass, though. Veal trailed, and it was nice, but still ran into contact. There's a nice block. Pruitt back in the game. First time we've called his name in a while. He did go out with an injury for a little bit. There seemed to be a little bit of a miscommunication on the injury leg update situation that was happening. Veal, who is in the game, said that he was out for the rest of the game. I don't know. I don't remember who the other guy that went out was. So maybe there are 2 last name Veals on this team. I don't know. Bounce pass in. Todd smashes it. Crushes it. Mississippi State, though, off to a good start. Turn that turnover into points. Only down 6 now, which is good. Quick passes inside to Daniel. That's good. That's a nice play. You'll love to see it. We have a 28-24 game with 8:46 remaining in the first half of this one. Bounce pass into Todd. Todd flips it up, scores 30-24. So trade in 2s here, which if you're Mississippi State, you got to be okay with. You're down 6, no big deal. That's not a ton. Trade 2s for a little while. Get Clemson to go cold a couple of times. Chip into that lead. Now you're down 4. You're down 4 for a couple minutes. Hey, maybe you're down 2. Maybe by the end of the game, you're fighting for the lead. Looking to cut down the lead to 4. That's not going to happen. The offensive rebound, though, does work. And instead of it being a 4-point game or a 5-point game, it is a 3-point game. So 30-27 as we get to 2 minutes gone here in the second half. Ooh, almost a steal by Mississippi State. That's what you want to see. If you're the Bulldogs. Maybe that's not what you want to see if you're the Bulldogs. Fields brings it up, down 5. Pruitt, 2 quick passes inside. That's to Perkins. Couldn't get the friendly roll to drop. They're going to rocket it forward to Sanford. They're going to actually fill that lane pretty nicely. Veal's going to take a little mid-range jump shot. That's not going to work. Loose ball is picked up. It's kicked out to Veal again. Sanford, Veal, looking around the perimeter here. Sanford, not a whole lot of room to work here. Nice screen there, kind of into a double team. Fall away 2. Misses, and Mississippi State just can't take advantage of the Clemson misses. Get the defensive rebounds, fire the ball ahead. You know, get some points, cut into this lead. It was 6, it was 4, it was 3. Now it's up to 7. Now cut to 5. Alexander into Grant. Through the contact. 2 quick passes. Still as effective as ever for this particular video game franchise. Coleman to Perkins. Perkins to Daniel. Daniel to Slam Town. We have a 5-point game. Only 4 Clemson defenders, though, on our offensive players. That should have absolutely been a steal. That went through the Bulldogs' head. Fields, you gotta pass that ball into the key. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, Sanford with the steal. Sanford to Veal. Veal. The defender just kind of walked away. Probably thought, trying to predict the pass. Kind of in you're in a no-win scenario right there. You're in a Kobayashi move. Either you defend the person with the ball and they pass it, or you try to defend the pass and they dunk it. Not a lot that you could do that's super helpful in that scenario, but maybe bet on the shooter. Just say, hey. There's a 3 from Pruitt. It's off the bench. Might be a little cold. Didn't play a ton in that first half. 40-33. Keep in mind the score is rapidly approaching much higher than the entirety of the last game. 42-33. It's what, 41-37? So we already have the winning score eclipsed. Backcourt violation. Clemson ball. So that'll be a turnover. And again, that's a weird one. Usually it's fine, but I guess maybe they qualify possession or something. It's odd. Sometimes you see it, a lot of times, most of the time you don't. Sanford backed up for a 3, took a couple steps in, got a, mid-range to deep 2. Pushes the lead out to 11. So 44-33. 2 quick passes inside. Perkins through the contact, can't get it. Through more contact, can't get it. That was a weird animation. That looked like it was going to be a clean dunk. Instead, it just threw his body into a berserk style. Sanford throws it all the way across. That's a dangerous play. Pruitt, he's quick. He'll get you 2. Under 5 to go. 9-point game here. Mississippi State not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Alexander to Todd. Todd trying to drive it, do something. Not really sure what's happening. Mississippi State gets a foul called on him. And we have free throws coming. The first one is missed, though. Trying to push it to a double-digit 10-point lead. You can't do it. You can't do it. They have 2 opportunities from the free throw line, and it remains a 9-point game. So good foul by Mississippi State. As long as it doesn't lead to points, hard to argue. Maybe kick it to the guy who's standing wide open in the corner for a 3. Nice tip in to knock it down to 7. 44-37. There's a nice block by Mississippi State. Todd trying to get something going. Sanford gets in the hole. And he'll put 2 more points on the board for Clemson. Mississippi State, two quick passes. Good defense by Clemson. Second foul for Todd, but only the second team foul. That play's been so effective, it's hard not to think that that kind of a play is good, you know? So 46-39. 7-point game here. Mississippi State gonna need some good defense. Somehow he split 2 defenders. And it's not like the defenders were like, they were well timed with their jumps. It's not like they were like far off or like coming crashing in. They were right there the whole time. Can't even get it over the one defender. Clemson looks like they might be in just enough of a comfortable lead. Comfortable enough lead. Veal taking a couple steps inside. Clemson I don't think is particularly good or keen on shooting threes. So we'll see who wins the next game. Maybe they can take advantage of that. I think maybe if you have Clemson shooting threes, that puts them out of their element. They've had so many times where they've kicked to a player who's wide open to 3, takes 2 steps inside, gets 2s. And it's been all over the floor in different players. That's out of bounds. Oh, a defensive foul. I thought it was going to be out of bounds. So Grant will pick up his second foul as Mississippi State misses the first free throw. Looking to cut into this lead a little bit. They were down 7. They could have been down 5. They can still cut it to 6. Perkins from the line. They will do neither. Not 6, not 5. It'll remain 7. So an all-right foul on the Clemson side of things. And a good defensive play there for Mississippi State. Fields, nice move, slammed home. Kitchen. 2 more points for Mississippi State. They cut into the lead, knock it down to 5. Alexander. Pruitt again. Doing a little bit of everything here. Trying to keep his team involved in this game. Not let the Clemson Tigers run it all out. Coleman. Looks like an impact player. He is pulsing. Trying to do something. Fields. Pruitt. Back to Fields. Looking inside. Daniels has position. Nice job. 3-point game with 1:45. We have Mississippi State right there. Right there. It's been a good one. It's unfortunate. Both of these teams are going to play better than either of the 2 teams that played before this game, and they're going to lose. Sometimes it's just about how you draw. Considering that the last game had a 41-36, 41-36, and this one is 48-45. Nice defense there. Fields kind of dancing around here. Kind of guy wide open in the corner. Just kick it to him, kick it to him, kick it to him. That was a terrible play. They're looking for Pruitt. They're going to Coleman. Coleman's going to drive. He's going to get a goaltending call. Interesting. Basket counts. 1 minute, 1 point. Mississippi State has no reason to foul here. Alexander's going to drive. That's an excellent block. Nice turnover. Timeout, Mississippi State. Fantastic play there. If you're Clemson, why are you shooting the ball so fast? Why are you doing that? Mississippi State, throw it in short. That's what you want to do. They're not really providing too much resistance up to the midcourt point, so not a whole lot of reason. Fields. Oh my God, Fields. That should have been 2. He blew by that guy. Veal, kick to Alexander. Alexander back outside. They're only down 1. They don't necessarily need the foul, but there is not a lot of difference between shot to game clock. Alexander, I am surprised at what I am watching right now. Steal almost. Alexander to Veal. Veal in the corner. 12 seconds on the shot clock. 14 on the game. 6, 5, 3. That's a 3 for Clemson. No good. They got the offensive rebound. Oh no. Mississippi State has doomed themselves. They have too many fouls. Clemson's going to walk out of here with a victory. There's just not enough time. That was such a long time to run off the clock. They have to get 3 more or a steal or something. It's going to be a 1-point game. Oof. Ooh. 0.6 is just not enough. Clemson might put a couple extra points on the board here. They won't. Time will expire. That was an interesting call there. I liked the call. I liked that they let the clock run down. They just didn't get the defensive rebound. That's literally what it boiled down to. And then they had just too many fouls to give before they could put Clemson on the line and try to get the ball back. Heartbreak City for the Mississippi State Bulldogs. It's a good game. One-point finish. I don't know if it's one of the best of the tournament, but I guess we'll see when it's all said and done. It's a competitive game. We've had a couple of competitive games, like a lot of them that like are good for 3/4 of it, and then just kind of fall apart at the very end for whatever reason. But here we go. We're going to go Mascot game one last time today. We have Penn State taking on Alabama. Penn State, Alabama. We're going to Alabama. Tuscaloosa, Alabama, I believe, is where the Crimson Tide play. Tuscaloosa, there it is. I wonder if is that why they're elephants? Is it because they play in Tuscaloosa and elephants have tusks? Is that literally it? Huh. I've never thought about that before. I've never even considered that. Final game of the day here for part number 2. We'll be 1/4 of the way done with the game. I didn't input the score of the last one. I didn't do it. Clemson, I think it was 54-53. Clemson won. It's a 1 point. I don't know. I've done that like 3 times now. Alabama here with a good start defensively. Alabama, Penn State gonna finish things off for us today. I need to make sure that I'm doing that. I was too busy writing the notes. I need to not focus on that. I also need to focus on the game. Alabama, they have big old ears. I can't imagine having Alabama and Georgia Tech play each other. Some of the bigger costumes. Alabama has big old heads, and then the Yellow Jackets have big old butts. So here we go. Final game. It sounds like he's commentating the tip-off, which happened 1 minute ago. Rips over to the corner. Pace for 3. The Alabama defender, for some reason, decided to back off in that scenario instead of staying in his face. That was not a great play on his part. Royster going to come around. Kick it back out. Don't lose the ball. Oh, no. Alabama, this is a huge game. Alabama is multiple champion picks. They are a top 25 team in this game. And hopefully they don't lose in the first round. You'd love to see. I would qualify this as one of the popular teams. There's a nice steal there by Harper. Harper into Riddle. Royster. Defensive foul. There's a lot going on down there in the paint. Hard to tell exactly what's happening. But Alabama is struggling from the field so far. Finally gets a point on the board. But not a particularly clean half for either, or particularly clean beginning for either team. Alabama kind of working with a little bit of a full court press, not a whole lot of resistance provided. That's a nice inside pass. Penn State up 5-2. Boy, I can hear it in my throat that this is the final game. Harper stepped out of bounds. Just kind of got bumped a little bit, and that kind of That pushed his character into the out-of-bounds zone. Fires inside. Donnelly off the back iron. No good. No one really wanted the rebound there. Alabama finally does come away with it. Riddle. That's a 2, maybe a 3. That was a very odd shot. That was like a one-leg pop shot there. Still 5-2 as Kirkland gets the ball stripped. And a bit of a slop fest here to begin game number 8. Riddle getting the friendly home roll to drop. The Nittany Lions always have they have a weird top part to their jersey. It looks like they're just missing shoulders, but I think it's just the design. Like, almost like it's the football version that they just poured it into the game or something. I don't know what's happening. Royster brings it up. Alabama's down 3 here with 3 minutes gone. Curious, I don't know if Alabama has any, like, 3-point specialists. That's a good 3 from Riddle. Speaking of 3-point specialists, Pace coming up the floor. Loses the ball. Alabama's going to get a generous backcourt violation. We've seen that quite a few times today, and it's a little odd. Fires it into Royster. Royster. There we go. Nice move through the defense. Pops it up and in. 7-6. Penn State on top. So we're going to swing it around to Burrow. Nice defense by Alabama. Good recovery there. That's not great defense. We have a nice game, though. 6-9. Alabama, though, on the wrong side of it. There is no wrong side in a 69. Just want to point that out. But they are on the wrong side of the score when the game is 6-9. An injury here for the Nittany Lions. Committed a foul. Man, I love when they come off the floor. God, it's so fun. Royster. Shooting 2. First one is good. 16-21. Oh, good God. 6-21. Oh, there's a nice offensive rebound. That's going to lead to another defensive foul. So, 3rd defensive foul for Penn State. Alabama now has an opportunity to get one of the more bizarre, like, 3-point trips down the floor. Front end of a free throw made. Then missed. Rebounded, defensive foul again, and then made both. So a very weird series of events. So we see another whistle. That'll be the first team foul on Alabama. We'll reach in there. Wilkinson at the top of the key here. Looks like they're going to try and set up some kind of screen there. And they're definitely running that guy for the 3. Burrow. Good defense by Alabama. It's an odd shot. We saw another one, or we saw one of those on the Alabama side. Just kind of all kinds of weird. Riddle misses that 3. He was probably 2 steps too deep. I also don't know why he fired that off so quickly. Fired over to Donnelly in the corner. That's a nice block by Alabama. That was a sweet bounce pass too. We got a 2-on-1 opportunity. Kirkland, he's going to jam it home. We have an 11-9 game. Alabama taking the lead. It's their first lead of the game. See if they get a little more comfortable here on the floor. Take a little bit more, take some better shots. I don't know where I was going. I was going with that somewhere. There's your correct update, I think. Don't you dare get a 5-second violation. Harper to Royster. Royster sounds like a nickname that you would give Roy. You're like, it's the Royster. Out of bounds, Alabama ball. 5:04 remaining here in the first half. In a kind of a slow-paced game. It's been inefficient. Riddle taking yet another 3. Finally gets one to drop. Seen the ball in his hands a couple of times and seen it just not work out well for him at all. But that one goes through, so that's what counts. Just keep shooting your shot, you know. If you feel good about it, just keep going. Burrow dribbling on the outside of the 3-point line. Fires inside. Wilkinson. That's a nice pass. Nice feed there. Good offensive play. Royster working it up the floor. Oh, he had the defender. There's an excellent play. Royster going to the rack. That should have been 2. That absolutely should have been 2 points. I don't know why he flipped around. He had a clean break to the right side of the basket. And for some reason, that's a nice play there defensively. That's a missed shot. For some reason, he decided to change the ball in midair and flip it on the other side, which just doesn't make any sense at all. There's another foul on the Penn State Nittany Lions. 14 fouls. Donnelly picking up his first. Royster missing the first shot of his 2 attempts. So 14-13 remains the score. Second shot is up. 15-13. 4:02. Wilkinson up to Burrow. Burrow back to Wilkinson. Wilkinson driving inside. That's an excellent block from the Alabama Crimson Tide. Go ahead and Riddle. Nice play there. The defender, like I talked about in the last game a little bit, just kind of caught there in it just nobody's land of like I either hey, how's it going? I either go to defend and he passes, or I back to pass, or I back to defend the pass, and he makes it. 19-13. Alabama on a little bit of a run here. They scored 5 points in a row. Not really sure what happened in that last sequence, but that'll be fine. They'll take the ball away again. Now Alabama seems like they're starting to assert their dominance a little bit. They're starting to get some shots to fall. Their defense is doing well. They're getting turnovers, stuff like that. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing well. Donnelly brings it up the floor. Crosses over. Wilkinson, the top. Go Bama. Like to see them win. I mean, I'm a commentator. I'm supposed to remain impartial, but I really want Alabama to win. Riddle to Royster. Nittany Lions cut into the lead a little bit. Stop the bleeding just a bit. Harper looked like they had a pretty good shot at a 3 there. Just trying to get something going through the middle there, but it's just so clustered. There's nothing that they can do. Harper drives in. Royster toward the baseline. Look out for that bandit. Harper again with the ball. Not work there. They finally work it inside to Kirkland. Kirkland, that's out of bounds. So 21-15 as we approach the 2-minute warning. There is no 2-minute warning in basketball. It's just starting to get down to the wire here. Donnelly all the way out for 3. Got that with the defender in his face. That was a pretty good defense. Bama bringing it up. Royster around the corner. That's what he needed to do the last time. You absolutely have already had that shot. You should have done that the first time. It's good you got it done the second time, but could be 2 more points on the board for Alabama. Defensive foul. It's like a little bit of a reach in there. Riddle picks up his first. 2 team fouls. Wilkinson is looking. 2 quick passes inside. That was really nicely done there. Alabama was in terrible defensive position. And the Royster will bring it up this time around for Alabama. Trying to get around this Penn State defender. Float pass into Kirkland. Kirkland in a 1-on-2 situation. Misses the shot. Alabama remains 3 points ahead. Wilkinson with the ball here for Penn State. Bounce pass into Hilliard. Back outside to Donnelly. That's another 3. Donnelly get the ball out of his hand. 23-23, under a minute to go. Kicks the ball to Harper. Dangerously close on the sideline. Nice bounce pass to Kirkland. Kirkland finds the nylon. And Alabama regains the lead, 25-23. Donnelly. Hilliard. Gillespie. No good. It's going to be a foul. First on Kirkland, 3rd team foul. 30.9 seconds remaining here in the first half. First end of the free throws missed. Back end missed as well. Defensively rebounded. Rocketed ahead to Riddle. Probably going to have to wait. Not quite the clearance that maybe the other Bama player thought that he had. Riddle dances around the three-point line, trying to find somebody. There's a screen that's going to try and go around the corner. Not a great shot there. Didn't get enough separation between the defenders. There was another defender that was just right there, ready and waiting. 2 quick passes inside. That'll tie the game up. Alabama won't get another shot off. So we'll go to the half tied. 25 all. Alabama gets the ball first. And Williams has it. Takes it over to Royster. Royster spinning around, getting kind of close to that midcourt line for not really much of a reason. Harper in the corner. Back to Williams. Harper driving. Short. Williams with the rebound. That's a wily shot there. It just doesn't go down. Pace bringing it up for Penn State. Not a lot of room for him to work. Good defense. Donnelly, get on him. He's been good from 3 so far. There's an open man up at the three-point line for Penn State. They have 2 people on Donnelly. Pace throws over to Burrow. Stripped. Burrow still gets it. Alabama's got to get up and reset defensively. One-on-one. Driving inside. Nice block. Out of bounds. It'll stay Penn State ball. But a nice play there by Alabama. And they've run a lot of the shot clock off here. Down to 8 seconds. Nice steal there by Roy. Riddle. That's a defensive foul. Kind of a wily shot there. As the first one goes down. And the second one is good as well. So 27-15, 9:09, second half. Nice steal there by the Alabama Crimson Tide. Harper couldn't get the shot to drop though. And unfortunately, it'll remain just a 2-point lead. Donnelly. Looks like they're playing a little bit tougher defense on him. Gillespie trying to slice between 2 defenders. That's a defensive foul. It's a good little play for Penn State to run. Try to free up Donnelly. Get Gillespie to drive inside, draw the double team, kick back out, hope that he can hit a 3. Instead, Donnelly will go to the line for 2. Only 1 for 2 from the line on that trip. Throws it up to Royster. You got a guy streaking down the right side of the key. You got to get that to him. Harper dancing around outside. Oh my goodness. Pace with the steal. Hillard. Royster. Kind of a sloppy situation here. It's going to be another foul. Nice shot. Gets the circus shot to drop. That's what you like to see. The only circus stuff I like to see elephants in is when they're making crazy shots like that. 8:25 remaining. Completes the 3-point play. Pushes the lead up to 4. Donnelly's actually going to come out of the game, so that's good news for Alabama, as Donnelly's been pretty good from 3. They've managed to hold pace pretty quiet for the most part. Yeah, to get that defensive rebound. Pace is their 3-point specialist, so... Harper. Out to Riddle. Riddle to Royster. Royster back to Harper. There's a nice shot. Couldn't get it to fall, but that's another foul against the Penn State Nittany Lions here in the second half. 3rd team foul. First personal. Friendly home roll. And, couldn't quite get that second one to bounce the right way, so it's a 3-point game. Nittany Lions can tie here or settle for that fall away 2 and come away with nothing. Royster working up the floor, kicks to Riddle. Bounce pass into Williams. Timmy Williams, of the whitest kids you know, dancing around here. Gets it up over the defender and splashes it home. So you got a 5-point lead for Alabama. Under 7.5 to go. Alabama, champion pick for a couple of brackets, so a big game here to end day number 2. That's going to be a defensive foul, so Penn State will go to the line to shoot 2. First shot is good. 33-29, 4-point game. Second shot is no good. Williams with the rebound. Kicks it forward to Royster. Royster doesn't like what he sees. I agree with that call. You're 1-on-2. That's not what you want to see. Wait for your buddies to come on down. They'll maybe help you. Or they'll just throw up a shot and they'll miss. Pace with the ball, down 4. Nittany Lions working around the outside. Fisher. Back to Pace. Trying to drive right side. There's a lot of congestion. It was on the right, then it just migrated to the middle. Now it's on the left. Everyone was like, oh, there's too many people, and everyone moved at the same time. Excellent defense there by Alabama. We're under 10 seconds on the shot clock. Burrow kicks to Pace. Pace shooting a straightaway 3. Hand in his face, excuse me. And that looks good. Royster juking him out of his shoes. They're going to run Riddle around. That's a 3. He's been good from beyond the arc. He missed the first couple, but the last 2 or 3 have been true. Pushes the lead to 7. Fisher bounce pass into Pace. That's going to be an opportunity for a 3-point play for the Nittany Lions. I did not skip that. The game skipped that. The game said, scoreboard. Stop celebrating. Trying to bounce back around here. Riddle firing it forward. Got past the outstretched defender. That's a nice block on the Nittany Lions side. Pace bringing it up, only down 4, under 6 to go. Fisher. Bounce pass into Pace. Pace getting just demolished in the lane there. Royster, he's got a free and clear lane. Got it to drop. 3-point play coming right up. Let's go, Bama. There you go. Complete the 3-point play. Push the lead to 7. And they'll throw on some tough defense here as well. Pace. Oh gosh. Well, maybe not tough defense was maybe tough defense was a little bit of an overstatement. A nice play by Penn State to cut the lead down to 5. Working it around the outside. Harper. Harper hasn't really been taking threes. It's been Riddle from beyond the arc if it's been anybody. Alabama seems much more content with taking 2s as they get it into Harper. Backing down a Nittany Lion. Trying to find a little bit of space through the contact and gets it to drop. So a nice play by Harper there. Got to get up the floor there, buddy. I know you're celebrating because you're excited, but Penn State is coming. Fisher trying to dance to the right side. He has a lot of room if he can get past him. Most of the Alabama defenders on the left-hand side of the court during that situation. And again, the lane just kind of wide open. Finally, they kind of move some bodies in. Gillespie. Ooh, that's not a pass you want to see. Float pass back towards the top of the area. Through a bunch of contact. Can't get it to drop. That just is that's a perfect opportunity for an interception on that last possession for Penn State. Just a lob pass where there's a lot of traffic. Turn it around, make it some points on the other end. 43-34. Kicking it around. Fisher. I think you would want Pace on that, the 3-point specialist for the Nittany Lions. So he falls away, misses that shot. Alabama kicking it over to Riddle. Riddle into, not exactly sure who that was. Pace is picking up his second foul, 16 fouls for the Nittany Lions as they are now down 10 with 4 to go. And Royster Reginald Royster. That's an elephant name. Reginald is absolutely an elephant name. What a jam home. Excellent tip that didn't go, but good positioning. Puts Alabama up 12 points. That's going to be a foul and a 3-point opportunity on the other end. And again, the game says scoreboard. You don't get to celebrate Penn State, all right? Especially when you don't make your free throws. Harper running it up the floor. Kicking it over to Royster. Reginald Royster couldn't get it to drop. Gillespie puts them at the limit. So any foul from here on out, the Alabama Crimson Tide, that's what I was trying to say. Alabama will be shooting regardless. And Gillespie will get benched. I believe that was his third or fourth. Fisher with the ball, top of the key, throws it over to Burrow. Burrow fading away, nothing doing there. Royster coming away with it. Reginald crushing it. Throws it to the left to Harper, inside to Riddle. Off the rim, no good. Just had to get something out of my throat there. Sounded really weird, and now I sound kind of normal. Fisher into Pace. Pace with a nice little hook shot there. Got it up over the defender, but a little too strong. Alabama driving. Kicks back out to Royster. Take a little mid-range, too. That's a little short defensive rebound. Penn State. If you're Alabama, why are you shooting so quickly? Slow it down. Calm down. Fisher working on the left side. 12-point game. Defensive foul. They're going to say that his feet weren't set. Substitution here for Alabama. Little alley layup situation there. Walter coming up the front, coming up to the front court. Royster, he's still in the game. Kirkland through 3 Nittany Lion defenders, can't quite get it. 2 minutes to go here. Pace to Burrow. Burrow with the jam. It's an 8-point lead, and Alabama has no business, absolutely no business, shooting the ball as quickly as they are shooting it. They might get some opportunities here for some free throws coming up shortly, but they really shouldn't have much trouble kind of just bleeding this clock out. Harper kind of dancing around here. Bounce pass to Royster. 15 seconds. Just keep letting it run. Royster might be broken. Reginald, are you okay? Okay, there we go. You got it. You figured it out. Royster is going to have to pop a 3. Nothing doing. But a good use of clock there. Ran 30 seconds off. Nittany Lions down 8. Can't get the tip. Finally gets some points to go. So now it's a 6-point game with 65 seconds to go. Nittany Lions are going to have to foul here shortly. They'll try to draw an offensive foul. That elephant might kind of warped weirdly. Shockingly, don't you get a 5-second violation? The Nittany Lions have not fouled yet. "14 seconds on the shot clock." That's a weird. Pace with his third, 8th team foul. 49-42. That's a really weird situation. We saw it in an earlier game where there's just too much time left. Or what am I trying to say? There's not enough time to let the whole clock bleed out. You're down too many possessions, but you're also not fouling quick enough. So it's like this really weird. I understand waiting until you get to half court before fouling them, but they fouled with 15 seconds left on the shot clock. They just either at that point let it go all the way down to 5 or 4, hope for a bad 3, call it good, or foul as soon as you're at the half court line. It's a weird situation. Alabama, that's a nice shot there. 49-42. So this game's not quite over yet. 21.4 to go. Alabama's got to make some free throws here. They were 1 for 2 the last time down the floor. That's a free throw that is mercifully not picked up by anybody but Alabama. Oh my goodness. They'll shoot 2 regardless now. First one's good, 50-44. Second one, no good, 50-44. So Moorhead looks like he's going to come in for someone for Penn State. And we have a 6-point game. So Alabama going to move on to the second round. 4-point lead here. It's not enough time for Penn State to do anything. Of course, knock on some kind of wood here. Knock, knock, knock. Free throw is missed. Alabama not doing themselves any favors down the stretch here. They're lucky that Penn State fouled so many times before they got into crunch time. They missed both of those free throws. I think they're 2 of 6 in their last group. He's got to go. That 3 is no good. And that will end the game. It'll be 50-46 here. Big champion pick, Alabama. Moving on here, we'll get the score written in so I don't forget. 50-46. Bama wins. They are moving on to round number 2. So there you go. Those are the 8 games for today. We will go ahead and exit this game. We'll get you caught up on the brackets here in just a second, but we'll take a look at the first game of the next part of it. And that is going to be Minnesota and Tulsa. This is a great looking game. This might be my favorite matchup, just as far as a visual is concerned. We have Minnesota's away, I believe. Minnesota. A mascot that I think this is a great mascot. Minnesota's a great mascot. Tulsa. The Golden Hurricane. There you go. That's what you're looking forward to in the next round. That'll be Thursday, March 11th at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Let's go ahead and get that person out of here. And that is matchup number 1. Before we go, we'll get you caught up on the bracket standings here. We have 6 predictions. Thank you again for everyone who filled out a bracket. If it sounds like fun, you can catch the next one, which will be okay. Why are you doing that? Stop. Why is there just a Twitch video playing? Stop. Don't do that. I don't care about this. Okay. You can fill out a bracket for the next tournament in March. First place, we have Matt's predictions, which we've done 16 games, 11 points. So 11 out of 16 in the first round, off to an excellent start. It's a guessing game just behind with 10. Beebs picks at 9 in third place. Pickosaurus, which is me, in fourth with 8. Fart King, which is my brother. Thank you for that. I have to read that every time now. I appreciate that. Fart King is in fifth with 8 as well. And Go Cougs is bringing it up in last with 8 points. So still pretty close. Only 3 points separating first from 6 points separating first from last place. You can always turn the tide in the next couple of rounds. I've found that it's kind of more like if you can get a team to go like deep while other people's champion picks and Final Four picks fall away. If you can get one team to go far enough, you have a pretty good chance at winning. So there you go. We're all caught up on that. We have a peek at what's coming up next. Again, that is Thursday, March 11th, 2 p.m. Pacific time. We will be kicking that off, or tipping that off over on twitch.tv/HomeSourceRex, or you can catch them all every Saturday and Sunday over on YouTube as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for watching. You can click subscribe, ring the bell, if you like this kind of content. There's all kinds of March Mascot Madness stuff. There's best ofs, there's previous tournaments, there's hype streams, there's bracket reveals. Everything you could ever want for March Mascot Madness is over on YouTube, so be sure to check that out. Thank you for watching on Twitch. Hopefully you enjoyed. Have a great one. We'll see you in the next tournament. Go Bama!